If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. JewelleryMaker are having a web exclusive sale on 925 sterling silver. Head over to our website now and take advantage of up to 75% off. All stock must go, but be quick because if you miss it, you'll miss out.
Good evening and welcome to the late show here on JewelleryMaker. My name is Ed. Very exciting evening tonight because I actually don't know where to start with all the deals. There are so many deals in tonight's show. Where shall I start? Okay, I'm going for this. Coloured chains. I know these are going to be popular. Chain, 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 chain. There's 4 different coloured chains here. Your blues, your reds, your greens and your purples. And the price point is absolutely ridiculous. These are coming up at about 7:30, is that correct? Producer Liam, yeah? 7:30? So those are coming up later in the show. I know they're going to be popular, so my advice, get on the lines early, avoid disappointment, put yourself to the front of the queue. You are not going to be disappointed with the price point, I assure you of that. Where else to go? Because we've got pearl deals coming up throughout the show. We touched on it last night, the fact that we're expecting to see the price of pearls rise over the next few months. And we're trying to give you the best deals we possibly can on cultured pearls right now. This is a bit of a theme of the show. It runs throughout. We've got another double deal on pearls. There you go. So lots of cultured pearls throughout the show. And we'll even close the show with a brand new strand, premiere strand of beautiful midnight blue cultured pearls. Have a look at this. They are out of this world, awe-inspiring, you might say. So inspiring, I've even made a piece of jewellery. So there you go. It doesn't take much to inspire me. If the quality of the gemstones is such that I feel the need to break out my toolkit, then I'll make a lovely piece of jewellery, and that is exactly what's happened today. Gorgeous pearl necklace. We might even give that away tomorrow night, something like that. We might do. See how generous we're feeling. So we've got lots and lots going on tonight. We're going to start with a 5-strand super saver. Oh, didn't mean to pick those up, sorry. A 5-strand super saver that offers you so many different colour combinations, so many different cuts and sizes of gemstones that I don't think too many jewellery makers are going to be disappointed when they get hold of this little cheeky bundle. So we're starting here with your 2mm rounds of green aventurine. So we know how popular the seed beads are right now. The 2mm rounds are so versatile, perfect for so many different disciplines, whether it be soutache or wirework or your classic beady beads, kumihimo, micro macrame. To be honest, the uses for the smaller rounds are infinite, so we know how popular those are, and it's because of their versatility. Looking at the next round, these are pretty gorgeous as well because they have a very organic feel to them. These are your citrine drops, irregular sizes ranging from 7x9 to 20x12mm in size, giving you 200 carats, and that organic feeling that you get from the gemstone actually is mirrored in the variations that you've got in the colour tone. So some have got this rich buttercup yellow hue, others have got more of a subtle, almost champagne-like fizz to them. Combined with that, I think this is a gorgeous combination. Actually, it's a combination that we looked at last night as well. This is your lavender amethyst, again top drilled nuggets. This time they range in size from 11x4 to 22x6, so a little more elongated and therefore giving you a larger carat weight. You've got 390 carats in total on your lavender amethyst. Have a look at this. In fact, we'll go for the shell pearl first, because this is very in keeping with the colour theme here. It's kind of a pastel selection, isn't it? Because you've got your peach shell pearl here. These are 6mm perfect rounds in your shell pearl, of course. And despite the fact that they're not, you know, genuine cultured pearls, because they are reconstituted varieties of a natural mineral, you still get that feeling of pearl essence from the nacre itself. They've still got that little shiller to them. Very, very feminine. They work great with the lavender tones, wouldn't they? And then have a look at this. One of the rarest varieties of garnet on the planet. Beautiful Tsavorite garnet. Thought to be 1,000 times rarer than emeralds. I suppose we've got a lot of different locations where we source and mine for emeralds, but Tsavorite garnet, a one location gemstone found in the Tsavorite National Park in Kenya. And when it was first discovered there, we had around, say, about 70 commercial mines. Now we've got 4 commercial mine openings within the Tsavo National Park. So that just goes to show you that as time passes, the rarity of this gemstone is beginning to get a little bit, the actual resource itself is beginning to get a little bit depleted, because we only find it in that one location. Of course, traditionally when people think of garnet, they think of those rich red colours, but to offer somebody that alternative, the rarest form, Tsavorite garnet, is something very, very special. We've been able to bundle all 5 strands together, and you know what that means, that we can give you incredible value, a wholesale opportunity on genuine gemstones. And here it comes, 5 at 5 for $11.95. I was thinking that rhymed, but it didn't. It's just the same word 3 times. 5 at 5, $11.95, yeah. But the thing I love about the combination of colours here is that they're all going to work together, because they all have a sort of pastel hue to them. None of them are going to be overpowering within your designs, and they could all work perfectly either as the feature gemstone or as an accent gemstone as a result of that. Actually, each and every combination you can see here works together, doesn't it? Okay, so generally, when we bring you a 5-strand Super Saver, we try to give you the same value that we gave you with our 10-strand Super Savers. Not as easy to say as you might think. And so when we did the 10-stranders, they were around about £20. When we started to do the 5-stranders, they were around about £10. Now, this particular bundle has been put together by sales manager Scott, and because of the rarity of the gemstones that you're getting here, he has priced it at $11.95. That's all well and good, but producer Liam's not happy with that price. He obviously overcame his appraisal yesterday, despite his being naughty at the start of the week. And yes, he's adhering to our original 5-strand Super Saver. Why can't I say that tonight? I say it every night. 5-strand Super Saver for $9.95. Unbelievable. I mean, in all honesty, if I was to bring you a strand of this very, very rare member of the Groschler Garnet family for $9.95, coming from our Gems of Distinction range, what kind of price point would you be expecting to pay for this strand alone? I wouldn't be disappointed with $9.95. Sam's guessing $11.95 for the Tsavorite Garnet alone. Now these are the organic nuggets, And if you were to buy the 5 strands individually, it costs you £18.75. So it is representative of a huge saving here, isn't it? It should be closer to £20, but this evening you're getting it for 10. So that is unbelievable, isn't it? 5 strands in total. Now, I had a few Facebook messages this morning requesting some of the bundles that we brought you yesterday evening. The problem is, when we launch a bundle on the late show, it's only available for 60 minutes. So if you don't catch it live, you miss out on the deal. Is that correct? Is that right? That the bundle's only available for 60 minutes? Unfortunately, yes. I was trying to see whether we'd be able to have some residual stock of the bundles, but unfortunately, if you don't get involved in the next 60 minutes, you're going to miss out on the deal. And what have we found here? The charm bracelet that was Sharon's prize. Where have you found that, Leah? Upstairs. You found it upstairs in the offices. He's telling me off. It's because we're going to display it on air, isn't it? I see. We're going to give everybody a second bite of the charms that I launched earlier in the week with Scott later on this evening. And because Sharon's prize from last night won't be sent out until Monday, we're going to display it on the show, but I left it on my desk upstairs, so I'm getting in trouble now. I'm getting in trouble left, right and centre here, aren't I? Oh, my wallet's up there as well. Oh, well, I'm in big trouble. Well, there's nothing to steal in that. Don't worry about that. There you go. A 5-strand super saver. This is representative of the best possible value we can bring you probably all evening on genuine gemstones. Although, does that sound like a bit of a challenge, everybody? We'll try and give you the most incredible value here on JewelleryMaker all day long, but particularly here on the late show, because of course it's our job to bring you the last of stock deals, and therefore, you know, we're trying to clear out the last stock, make way for new and exciting opportunities. And on this occasion, I'm bringing you some of the most revered gemstones on the planet. It's pretty exciting, actually, to be able to bring you this strand. I'm surprised we've got any left. It's been on air before. It's ruby, emerald, and sapphire together. 3 of the big 5 or big 4, depending on how you look at it. 35 carats in total. And you've got a lot of red rubies here. Maybe some of these could be classified as pink sapphires. That gives you 3 different varieties of sapphires on 1 strand, because you've got the traditional midnight and cashmere blue sapphires. I mean, those are almost sort of Ceylon blues in the middle, aren't they? Then you've got canary sapphires. You've got gorgeous green emeralds, and actually, once again, it's that little cluster. The colour tones almost representative of each and every variety of emerald. And then you've got your red rubies, I would suppose, graduating into your hot pink sapphires there. So at least 3 of the big 4 on this particular strand. Gorgeous combinations of colours. I mean, to source blue sapphires is one thing, but actually, as an industry, we're really struggling to get hold of coloured sapphires at the moment, and to see 3 different varieties of corundum on 1 gemstone strand is very, very impressive, particularly when it's interspersed with emerald itself. So if you are planning on creating jewellery designs, maybe for yourself, and you want to make yourself something very, very special, this could be the strand for you. Or if you're selling your designs, this is the way to go. Work with the gemstones that people are aware of, that people maybe aspire to own. Maybe they've never previously had the opportunity to own blue sapphires, canary sapphires, rich red rubies, or gorgeous emeralds. This is the way to make sales, and of course you can be a little more sparing with your carat weights as well. Now, as you'd expect, this particular strand comes from our Gems of Distinction range. This is our elite range, which is sourced by our Indian buying office, and it represents the best possible quality and the most sought after gemstones tend to fall into this range. Absolutely gorgeous. Currently available for $54.95, but for the next 60 minutes we're going to give you an exclusive price slash. Now, if you phone up in 61 minutes, You won't be able to add this to order for $39.95. It will have jumped back up to the original price point of $54.95. But that's not to say that this is your final word on the matter, that you have to make your decision right now. You can get it home, you can see the gemstones in the flesh, you can decide whether they're perfect for your designs before you make your decision, because you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee, quibble-free. So you're not going to have to find a fault with the item. If you call us and say, this isn't quite right for me, you arrange it with the help team, send it back, get your money put back in your account. Absolutely risk-free shopping experience here at JewelleryMaker. We're very, very proud of that. Across the whole company, the same applies to our sister channels, Rocks and Gems TV, and of course the Lounge. So let's say you're sitting at home and you're more of a hobbyist. So you've more focused on the more affordable strands traditionally, maybe the $7.95s, the $9.95 strands of jasper and agate, say, and you're growing in confidence with your jewellery making techniques. You want to make something special over the summer months. Why not take the plunge? Especially if you've got an order already up and running today, you've paid your $2.95, that's going to cover you up until midnight. So you can actually add this to your order with that £15 price reduction, get it home, see it in the flesh, and make an informed decision about whether these suit your jewellery designs. If you get it home and you're not 100% satisfied, send it back to me. But I don't think we're going to have too many returns at that kind of price point. $39.95 for 35 carats of ruby, sapphire and emerald. Do your own research. And actually that's the beauty of working with the big four, isn't it? Because they're so heavily used by traditional jewellers that you really can get an idea for the kind of prices you'll be able to achieve with this particular strand. 35 carats in total of your faceted droplets here, canary emeralds, midnight blue emeralds, rich red rubies, and did I say canary emeralds then? Canary sapphires and green emeralds for $39.95. We're going to move on. Speaking of beautiful emeralds, how about this? This looks like Colombian emerald. And that's exactly what it is. While the graphics were loading up then, my producer actually said to me, we'll just find out if it is, but I did do this through the glass over it. Gotta be. It's gotta be. The colour tone is really associated with that region. And so traditionally, Colombian emerald is going to take its colour tone from chromium rather than, say, Zambian emerald, which has a richer colour tone and it is coloured by vanadium. So when you look at this more pastel tone, this almost a sort of apple green, this is attributed to the rarest and most sought after variety of emerald on the planet. And you know, this isn't just known here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. This is an industry known fact that Colombian emerald is the most sought after variety. Some Colombian emerald mine owners are able to achieve price points of around $5,000 for a 9-carat piece of uncut rough. If you think that with emerald we generally have about a 50% success in terms of the yield, you're probably going to end up with a 5-carat emerald from the 9-carat piece of rough. Maybe I'm being generous, it might be more like 4 carats. And so $5,000 for a piece of uncut rough of Colombian emerald. As I say, the end piece of that rough will end up being maybe over 4 carats of emerald. So a 4-carat Colombian emerald, obviously you understand that that is going to come in at a hefty price point once it's set into 18-carat gold. I understand that. But to bring you the exact same variety of emerald, yes, we're looking at smaller carat weights in terms of the individual cuts, but of course you can still promise your customers 15 carats in total if you are working with this gemstone. I mean, if your birthday is in May and you're watching this right now, just dial the free phone number, add this to your order. All you really need to do is add a clasp and you've got the ultimate piece of birthstone jewellery. And I just heard some very disturbing news, and the reason it's disturbing for me is that, of course, I come from a traditional jewellery background. I know the kind of value that's held within Colombian emerald, But what can I do? If the producer says he's dropping the price, he's dropping the price. I've got single figures of availability this evening in this strand of Colombian emerald, and we're taking it down from $39.95 to $27.95. What's that? 45p a carat? Somebody get me a pen, please. I just want to do some quick maths. Is that right? I'll have to be quick, I'm being told, because they're flying out the door. Okay, I'm going to leave this to one side. 5,000 divided by 9. What's that? £555 per carat. Does that sound right? Yeah. £555 per carat if you were to buy Colombian emerald from some of the mine owners over in Colombia. That's based on an article I read on the front page of the Financial Times only a few weeks ago. But yeah, sorry, I'm not... Do you want to see my little bit of mathematics? How ridiculous. So yeah, £555. Let's compare it to JewelleryMaker's price, which is 45p per carat here for Colombian emerald. Yes, they're smaller cuts, they're the delicate rondelles, not quite the same finish as you might find. Well, actually, it's a piece of rough, isn't it? So we don't know what finish you'll receive. It depends what kind of work the Labradorite does. But seriously, how much? £1.86. Yeah, it should be the other way around, shouldn't it? Oh no, what am I talking about? Sorry, it would be 30 carats for £15 would be 50p a carat. Sorry, let me take that back entirely. What a disaster! Instead of £555 per carat, you're actually having to pay £1 per carat. Colombian emerald, the best value on the market, and we are now down to the final 2 strands in stock. Sorry for my rubbish maths there. Ooh, and look at this, coming up in about 5 minutes time, the first star buy of tonight. I have to say, it's a very exciting opportunity for jewellery makers that are really starting to look at themselves as professionals rather than hobbyists, because it's all your essential tools in terms of your pliers and your what do you call it, the little stand? Oh, I thought it might have a name. No? Okay, it's just a stand. Sorry, right, where are we going on to? Okie dokie. Grey agate. Grey moonstone. Wow, I was not expecting to see these kind of carats of moonstone. I was assuming it had to be agate, and it's because of the size of the gemstones here. They are massive. They range in size from 16 by 5 up to 32 by 6. 280 carats in total. Check out the way this moonstone's been faceted. Now, the greater the number of facets on the surface of the gemstone, the greater the play of light. And that's absolutely evident here, isn't it? You can see the way these are, well, they're almost sparkling like those paparazzi flashes. These are crying out to be wire wrapped, aren't they? Maybe as pendants, maybe as cocktail style rings. Absolutely gorgeous. I love the variation of colours here, because you've got the dramatic sort of storm cloud greys, but that ranges down to the dolphin greys and then your silver tones as well. As I say, the range in size from 16 by 5 to 32 by 6. I have to say, from this particular strand, I'm seeing all of these as pendants, really. They are all large enough to be the focal point of any jewellery design. I love the way they've been faceted. Really plays on that actual finish of the gemstone itself. Sort of a little bit of translucency to it, isn't there? A little mystical effect that you get there. absolutely love this gemstone strand, and I think it's because of the way it's been faceted. It's sparkling like there's no tomorrow. I know you jewellery makers, and you're all magpies. So start dialing that free phone number right now. Here comes your price point for gems of distinction grey moonstone, $29.95 for 280 carats. $280 carats of grey moonstone for $29.95. Something quite phenomenal. If you are an experienced wire worker, I mean, the possibilities are endless with this particular strand, aren't they? Because as I say, each and every gemstone is perfect as a pendant. I'm thinking if you have just been inspired by Laura Binding on the mid show, maybe you've seen some of her wire wrapping techniques, they would absolutely be perfect for this grey moonstone. 280 carats in total. It's available right now for $29.95. Have a look at this chrome dioxide, another of the rarest gemstones on the planet, not because we can't actually find deposits of the gemstone, but because the time we have to actually mine for the gemstone is so limited. We only actually are able to get hold of this gemstone 2 to 3 months of the year due to the severe weather conditions in the areas in which it forms. We tend to mine for chrome dioxide in Siberia, and there are other locations in Russia where you find chrome dioxide, but it is very, very rare, and it is very, very cold. And so it's quite a difficult mining process. This, in recent times, has had a bit of a knock-on effect because less miners are dedicating their time to sourcing chrome dioxide. And so, unfortunately, even though, say, even going back maybe 7 or 8 years ago, what we would do is we would mine what we could in those 2 or 3 months, and then maybe, you know, just manage the release of those deposits throughout the 12 months before we could start mining again. Unfortunately, because of the commercial realities of getting hold of the gemstone, if there's less miners dedicating their time to getting hold of it, then despite the fact that we can try and control the way the yield is released into the industry, if that yield is getting smaller year on year because less miners are extracting it from the ground, then it does start to affect our ability to get hold of the gemstone, and that increases its rarity. And of course, as you all know, within the jewellery industry, when something becomes rarer, it becomes more sought after, and so more people start adding it to their collections, and therefore the rarity increases. You just can't win, can you? Well, you can here at JewelleryMaker, because despite the fact that this is one of the rarest gemstones available on the planet, we're still able to get hold of it. That's because of our increased buying power throughout the industry, and of course that's thanks to your loyal custom. So our way of thanking you is to give you incredible deals on what I would describe as top-end gemstones. Chrome dioxide, 30 carats in total, faceted to perfection as you'd expect from us here at JewelleryMaker, and here comes your price point. $34.95. Once again, well, what we're talking about, just over £1 a carat for one of the rarest gemstones available. And in all honesty, when you look at these beautiful colour tones, I mean, we just saw those pastel tones from the Colombian emerald. And when I see this gemstone, I understand its rarity. I understand why it's so sought after, because it's a rare variety of emerald to own. But in all honesty, if you're looking for a green tone to include in a particular jewellery design, you want it to add vibrancy, you want it to add a little bit of punch to the design, I'd go for the bottle greens of chrome dioxide over the Colombian emerald tones all day long, really. Just because of the vibrancy of colour. I understand that if you want to own Colombian emerald, if you're a gemstone collector, you're passionate about owning the rarest varieties in the world, Colombian emerald, that's where it's at. It's an industry standard. That's the one to own, isn't it? But sometimes when I look at maybe Zambian emerald, for example, and I look at chrome dioxide, I have to say it almost feels like the Zambian emerald aspires to have this kind of bottle green tone that you get from the chrome dioxide. I mean, it's just phenomenal, isn't it? I can't think of another gemstone where I could actually attribute this colour tone to it. It's just absolutely unbelievable. 30 carats in total, and they're available right now for $34.95. We'll leave that one with you, and we're going to move on because it is now time to bring you our first star buy of the evening. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for our first star buy. We do one of these every 30 minutes here on The Late Show, and it's our opportunity to either launch a premiere strand or bring you a wholesale bundle so we can save you a little bit of cash. And that's exactly what we're going to do here with, well, essential tools really. Thanks, Sam. So, very easy to get hold of one of these because it is the stand that our guest designers use on their desk every single day. So it's a professionally used tool because it's used by us here at Jewellery Maker. So it allows you just to put all of your pliers on one stand, and you can just grab them, can't you? And I'll just show you. I've grabbed some of the pliers off of the... Here you go. So this is the one that's actually off the guest designer's desk. You can see that it's well used, it holds all the pliers. This is what they've used for time and time. And then we are going to give you the opportunity to own that item as well. But fact is, yours is going to be nice and shiny. Oh, actually, I'll use my son's phrase, nice and clean and shiny. That's what he says when you wipe his face. He's like, there you go, Daddy, nice and clean and shiny. So you're going to get a brand new tool stand, and here are the tools. You're getting your nylon jaw pliers. Oh, they're perfect for protecting your wire, aren't they? Because it can be that if you are trying to manipulate your wire and you're being a little bit heavy-handed with it, which is required for some wire work techniques, you know, you don't want to, you know, strip the colour off or damage the wire anyway, because it is going to be seen within your final design. The nylon jaw pliers, perfect for those techniques because they'll protect your wire as you work. You've got your side cutter pliers. I mean, these are just perfect, aren't they? They've got that sharp edge. Actually, you can use them to cut wire. Used some earlier to create my pearl necklace, actually, so you can even cut through your metal jump ring links with this as well. And then your long chain nose pliers. Well, they're an essential tool, aren't they? You need these all day long if you're a jewellery maker. Most of your techniques are going to require a pair of chain nose pliers. So you get 3 pliers and you get your stand, same stand that gets used by our guest designers every single day here on Jewellery Maker, and I better pass that back over to them as well. Say again, sorry? A tool dock, that's the name of it. I knew there was a name for it. Thank you for texting with that name. And they're saying this time. Who's it? Sheena in Paisley. Thank you. I knew there was a name for this item. So this is your tool dock, and you're also getting 3 pairs of pliers. I should say that the pliers themselves have these comfy handles, don't they? These little comfy grip handles, just to stop you from you know, hurting your fingers or even callousing them. So there you go. You've got your jaw nose pliers, your long chain nose pliers, and your side cutters, all with your tool dock. If you were to buy all of these tools individually with the tool dock, they would normally cost you $17.80. But tonight we are going to give you a star buy price point of $9.95. That's really impressive. I know that lots of people like to double up on their tools so that they've got one for their what should we say, their crafting room in their home, and one for when they're on site at craft fairs. And These are maybe the smaller, thinner handled pliers as well, so they're easier to transport. For $9.95 for 3 pairs of pliers, I mean, do your own research, have a look at other suppliers. You can pay over £30 for pairs of pliers elsewhere. Absolutely incredible. Of course, the reason to work with the tools that are tailor-made for the job is that not only do they increase the professionalism of the finish that you can achieve, but they also, as a result, help to build up your confidence. Because when you continually create a professional finish on your designs, your confidence grows, and then of course you can begin to be a bit more experimental with your designs. So this is really a stepping stone for me, especially if you've already got a toolkit. You can still invest in these. In fact, this would be a great gift for someone. I mean, the price is absolutely out of this world. It's awesome. I mean, if you live with a jewellery maker, you can't go wrong. You can't have too many tools, and tools are constantly going missing, or you can't find them, or you leave them behind at a craft fair. So this, as a wholesale offer, is incredible. I know that some of the die-hard jewellery makers are going to be well stocked up with their tools, but if you are new to the channel, then this is a great way to get involved, because you get all of the essential tools you're going to need, and you get your tool dock. So, you know, little items like that psychologically can just help you to grow in confidence. A great star buy deal, and it's available right now for $9.95. Normally it costs you over £17, but it's only available at that price for 60 minutes. If you do want to add it to your order, you need to be dialing right now. Now, coming up at the top of the hour, here come your pearls. These are the 2 strands we're going to bring you at around about 6 p.m. Love the combination of colours, a sort of a coral tone in the pinks and a pastel shade in the green. Absolutely perfect. Now, interestingly, I saw this being promoted on Twitter earlier today by another crafting supplier. It's the Beadsmith Whammer Hammer. Do you know what? It really, to be honest, I'm not worried about that, because it shows me the popularity of the product. I know that we're going to offer you some of the best, most competitive price points on the market. Let me take this silly warehouse sticker off the item, shall I? Now, I know that this is a very, very popular tool on the market itself. It's the Whammer Hammer, and it's created by Beadsmith. Seriously, we've only got single figures of availability. That's how popular it is. I knew it was popular when I see other suppliers promoting it throughout the day. Now, this is really useful, isn't it? Because you've got your flat nylon head. The reason that's so useful is that it straightens out the kinks in your wire. And then you've got the, what you do is you unscrew that head and you place the dapping head on, which can be used to create textures on the wire. So it's basically every hammer you'll need for your wire work in one, because it's got the replacement head. So the nylon hammer, perfect for, you know, work hardening and straightening your wire, and then you just unscrew that, put the dapper head on, and then you can texture your metal and wire as well. $18.95. Unfortunately, we haven't got the stock, so that one is going to be a sellout deal. We're going to move on. Two. I see. So this is another wire working tool, really, and it's the little spiral maker. We've had a little play with this, haven't we? And yeah, it's a little while ago, but it allows you basically to create uniform spirals of wire using the tool. And of course, that can lend itself to making findings in its own right, can't it? But the beauty of it is that each and every one is going to be uniformed in size and shape, which is what a lot of wire workers are looking for.
I didn't know there was a tool for that.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Try and do it.
I keep getting paranoid because I've got so many jewellery makers around me all the time. I think, am I giving correct information here? So when Sam's face is looking a little perturbed, I think, am I wrong about this? So I looked at Sam and she's like, oh, I just didn't know the tool existed. So you're just excited by the tool.
I'm confused by it.
There you go. So just to be clear, Sam, who is our tech up this evening, actually she's doing the work of 2 people, I think, was my understanding. Sam is an avid jewellery maker, and so she gives me lots of advice and inspiration throughout the show. Sometimes she even makes a piece of jewellery to help inspire everybody at home. So what you can actually do is make those very long spiral coils, and you know, obviously once you've created that spiral, you can do a whole multitude of things with it. If you can pull it out and create the spring-like coils, or you could use it to create a bead cap. So the possibilities are endless. Once you've mastered the tool, it'll take you about 5 minutes to master. In my experience, I wouldn't go too much above 0.6mm gauge wire in these tools, because they are created using plastic, and sometimes you can actually damage the mechanisms within the tool if you try to use a gauge too high. Basically, I put 0.8 wire through one and it didn't work the same afterwards. So stick to your 0.4 and your 0.6. 0.6, perfect for making those little wire work flourishes though within your designs, and actually 0.4 is probably more popular with wire workers for doing flourishes within that particular discipline. $8.95 is the price point for this tool. Once again, this has come from a very reputable supplier, and so we know that people are always going to be happy with the finished product. So simple though, honestly, because you get your little, I suppose that's basically a little Allen key, isn't it? And you just place it into the centre. When you turn it, the little cogs will turn on the spirals, and you can create, it's, I'm trying to work out how many different spirals you can make. I mean, you can use the centre one to create the spiral, or you could create 3 different spiral prongs on it. Ah, here's a little tutorial video. My word, I have to learn to speak tonight, aren't I? So there you go, you can see how it's being used there. Is this a tutorial video that we've created ourselves, or? Yes, ah, there you go. So who are these lovely hands? Are they Hannah Osborne? Oh, there you go. Ah, so there you go. If you do want to get a little bit of inspiration from the lovely Hannah Osborne, I think she's going to join us tomorrow evening on The Late Show. You can see there how simple it is to put the tool together and how easy it is to use. I mean, Hannah's not traditionally a wire worker, but she's quite happy to turn her hand to most crafting challenges, and she's created a piece of jewellery. So there you go, you can see how it's been used there. Oh, turn her hand to most, I didn't even mean that, I promise. I'm in trouble for my puns. $8.95 for the Spiral Maker tool. A must have. I think, oh, there you go, there's the little finished coil. And yes, a great tool. And you can protect those little coils by using the little pegs. It's yes. To be honest, you can find that tutorial video probably on our YouTube channel. So anything that you don't understand, if you're desperate to get your head round it, just go to our YouTube channel. $8.95. That is flying out the door. We're going to move on. Sorry. Ooh, yes. Now these double deal on pearls are coming up in about 10 minutes time. Not long to wait at all. Very, very colourful there. Genuine cultured pearls. And we're going to move on. Aha! Now, I actually was privileged enough to launch this item last week on the show. It's the number and punctuation stamping set. I think we were joined by Debbie Kershaw this morning, who was showing us all how to use them. I love Debbie Kershaw's work. She was demonstrating with the letters, which are obviously the sort of elite range of metal stamping items, but I think even then the price point is about half what Debbie paid for her stamps, and the price point on these, the numbers and the punctuation, is actually disturbing. So you've got 0 to 9, and you've got all your punctuation there, including your pound sign. I mean, I would use this to create little what do you call them? Price tags. My word, what's going on in my brain tonight? So you can make price tags using your metal stamping, and of course you could put anniversary dates, dates of birth onto already made pieces of jewellery. So you can create your suite of jewellery, take it along to your craft fair. If somebody falls in love with the design, you can ask them, do you want me to individualise that for you using my metal stamping set? You could even make that, you know, a little charge for that service, maybe 50p or £1, or of course you could just use it to, well, make noise and attract attention to your store. And anytime you're individualising a piece of jewellery for somebody, they know they're getting a one of a kind. They know that the item they're investing in has been personalised for them, so that's always going to make them a little bit more comfortable with parting with their cash. And it's $6.95 for me. It's a must-have item. All you need to do is get hold of your hammer, isn't it? Well, those are on the website for what, $7.95, something like that. There you go. So the metal stamping set, hugely impressive price point of just $6.95. Now we do have other metal stamps in our range. They're created by other suppliers, but they can be up to, say, £30 to £40. This is our own brand version, so this is our more affordable item, and I mean, at $6.95 for me it's a no-brainer, especially if you've got a P&P up and running. That doesn't look particularly attractive in the item I've got, but just to be clear, these are all sort of cellophane wrapped, and they've got a little coating of oil on them to stop any tarnishing or damaging happening while they're being transported to you. So that's why it doesn't look particularly attractive, but don't worry about that, because it's a practical tool, isn't it? So actually, do you know what? I've spoken to so many jewellery makers over the last few months who have got more tools than their husbands now. One person told me that their husband's a chippy and she's got more tools than him, so she keeps showing off. But you know, as I say, tools are cool. They increase your confidence when you're working, especially if you're selling, because it gives you the chance to offer a unique service at the craft fairs, doesn't it? It allows you to personalise your designs on site, and I think that can be really powerful selling point if people are attending, you know, regional craft fairs rather than the sort of featured National Trust style craft fairs. If you're just going along to your village fair, you are in a bit of a competitive environment. So if you're making noise, you're going to attract attention, and if you're offering a bespoke service at the time, that can attract a bit of custom as well. We're going to move on though, and we're going to give you a double deal on Rhodocrosite. I love Rhodocrosite, as I suppose regular viewers would have guessed, because I am a bit girly when it comes to my gemstone. I do like a bit of femininity, but rather than offering you sort of pastel pinks, these are sort of strawberry pinks, if you like. They're like a strawberry milkshake pink. You've got a little more depth of colour, and you're getting a huge number of gemstones in total here, because these are our organic nuggets. Organic cuts ranging in size from 3x1 to 8x2mm in size, and that gives you over 300 carats in total, because you've got 190 carats on both strands. So a huge variation in the sizes, but it's more to do with the organic nature of the cuts themselves. Look at that, and a double deal. Now, whenever you are investing in a strand of nuggets from us here at JewelleryMaker, you're always getting incredible value, because they're generally over twice the length of a traditional strand. They're, in fact, on this particular strand, it's 85 centimetres. And you've got that twice. We are going to give you a very, very special price point this evening. $9.90. Oh, that's what they normally are. 380 carats of rhodocrosite. I was already thinking that was pretty unbelievable at under £10. I was just being cocky then about knowing that 9.90 is 4.95 twice, but I've already made a mathematical error tonight, which is very unlike me. So, both strands for $6.95. That's unbelievable, isn't it? Now, of course, when we double up on a deal, it means that we're halving the stock, doesn't it? Sorry to focus on the math side of things here, but that, of course, means that we only have limited availability on this bundle because we're halving our stock levels, and we're basically giving you a buy one, get one for £2 deal here. But for £2, you're getting 190 carats of rhodocrosite. Very, very organic cuts in the nuggets, but hugely feminine once you set these into designs. A real range of tones from pastel pinks almost up to red tones here. It's like a sort of a terracotta tone, if you like. So there you go. $308 carats for $6.95. I'm a little bit mesmerised by that price point, and I'll tell you now, I'm looking over at these, what are we going to say, hot pink or fuchsia pearls? Now I know that we get the pastel greens as well, so these work on a lot of different levels, don't they? Now this is our star buy coming up in about 5 minutes time. These work with the rhodocrosite, and these work with the rhodocrosite. Two strands of pearls, two strands of rhodocrosite, sorry, a double deal here for $6.95. Absolutely incredible. I know that a lot of jewellery makers enjoy working with the nuggets because it has that organic feel that feeds into your designs. If you were tuning in the week, you would have seen Mark Smith on the show. He was focused heavily on chips and nuggets, and I think that it might have been the last hour of Mark's show on Tuesday. He was giving you so many memory wire deals with the nuggets. They look incredible. I would set these maybe with some pearls. In fact, that's what he was setting them with. He was using, say, peridot and white pearls. Can you imagine rhodocrosite and these hot pink pearls? Perfect. Perfect combination. And later that evening on Tuesday, Scott and I gave you a few memory wire deals as well. So if you are stocking up on your memory wire, you've got to be taking advantage of this deal. Best value on the market for rhodocrosite, 380 carats for $6.95. I'm going to move on. Are we ready? We're going to do the charms. Okay. So we launched these on Tuesday night with Scott. And because I'm so charming, I gave away my bracelet last night on the show. Sharon from Newcastle, you're going to be receiving this item. It'll be sent out first thing on Monday morning. And you can see. Oh, actually, it's exciting because Ben's directing. And Ben, you were very intrigued by the peace sign, weren't you? That charm. So, yeah, give this charm a chance. There we go, sterling silver. These are 11mm in total, but you do get 3 of them. This would be perfect for maybe contemporary designs, maybe those festival looks that are going to be very popular over the summer months. Or maybe, you know, some aging hippies, and they're desperate to own a peace charm. Ben's saying he knows plenty of aging hippies. So there you go. Is that why you love the peace charm so much? I think most of our viewers know Ben. He's a rock star. He's a real life rock star. I get to work with a real life rock star. $9.95 for sterling silver P charms. If you look a little bit closely at these charms, you can see that they have actually been textured. You can't really see it on that photo. Hopefully I'll be able to show you it on screen. There you go. So they've got a little bit of texture to them as well. And on top of that, you get your little 925 sterling silver stamp as well. That's an assay office stamp, not to be confused with a hallmark. Some people refer to that as a hallmark. It's not a hallmark. Hallmark is a trademarking item, so only the big brands are going to have their own hallmarks. 925 is an assay office stamp to prove that it is genuine sterling silver. 995, and you get 3 charms there. You can see that it's been used to great effect on my charm bracelet. We're going to move on though. For me, this is actually my favourite one of all the new charm selection. I suppose it's tied with the musical notes, I think, for me, because it's a very traditional symbol of sort of hope and celebration, yet you very rarely see it used in fashion items, and it's a little wishbone. I think particularly in the States, it's quite traditional, isn't it, to snap the wishbone and make a little wish. Just because you're a vegetarian doesn't mean you don't like to play with the carcass. No, that's a Friends line, Liam. I thought you'd appreciate that. There you go. So my producer's a very strict vegetarian, and so that was just for him. But yes, the wishbones charms, I'm really impressed with these because, as I say, it's quite a traditional symbol or sentiment, yet you very rarely see it. All sterling silver, once again. You get 3 in total, 20 by 13 mil in size, and they're available right now for £7.95. I mean, actually, even when you just think about the polished metalwork itself, you're getting 3.5 grams of sterling silver. And so that's a hefty weight at £7.95. Moving on now to more of a traditional shape that we have within jewellery making, but also traditional charm, of course, and the perfect gift for somebody, maybe if they've achieved something, maybe if somebody's expecting to receive their GCSE result. They still do GCSEs, don't they? Yeah, is it GCSEs? Yeah. Sorry, GCSEs or A-levels, or maybe they're getting they're graduating from university. This would be a perfect charm for somebody like that, wouldn't it? Gorgeous little star. You get 5 in total, and they're available right now for £6.95. We are going to give you a second bite of the cherry for all of the available charms, all of the ones that didn't sell out, that is. Sorry, I'm trying to put these all back. And we're going to do this one, which is the little musical note. Liam, mate, and Ben, the perfect directing, producing combination to tell me. Do you know what note this is? Oh, they're both real musicians. They don't read music. They live to jam. Okay. So neither of them read music well enough to tell. Yes, that's it. It's a double quaver. There you go, Ben. You got there. Give yourself a pat on the back, son. You get 3 of these once again. I can actually hear him patting himself on the back. You do get 3 of these. A little double quaver. I suppose the beauty of this is that you don't need to be musical to understand this. It's a sort of it's an iconic musical note, because Ryan and I would both recognise this as a musical note, despite the... are you a musical talent like these guys? Oh, you play the drums? Well, then you don't read music. You make noise. £6.95. Do you know what? I could turn my hand to the drums. It wouldn't sound very good, though. Right, okay, a charm bracelet. You can create that for £6.95. We're going to have to leave that opportunity with you. Those are all the ones that didn't sell out. The rest did, so that goes to show you their popularity. We're going to move on, though, because it is now time for yet another Star Buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time now for another star buy, and this is a double deal on pearls, but with a little bit of a twist because we're giving you alternative colour tones. You've got your pastel greens and your hot pinks, a fantastic combination of colours together, but we've already seen how well they work with other gemstones. Of course, the hot pinks can be used to maybe give certain designs a lift, or of course they could actually be used maybe to compete with another vibrant colour tone, if you like, if you want to get involved with a bit of colour blocking perhaps. And then the pastel greens are just going to work with so many different gemstones, aren't they? I mean, actually, to be honest, both of them are going to go brilliantly with our superstar buy this evening, which is a brand new strand of midnight blue pearls. I love that combination. That's fantastic. Right now though, this is a double deal. Now, we looked at it before with the Rhodocrosite. The Rhodocrosite is quite a good tester strand actually, because it's quite bold, but it's not overpowering. So you can see how well the tones work with the pastel shades of green, and they also work brilliantly with the hot pinks. So that just goes to show how versatile this double deal on pearls is. Now, recently our buying team did go over to visit our pearl suppliers. We've been working with these suppliers for around about 10 years because they're the same suppliers that give us pearls for our sister channel Gems TV that's been going for about 10 years. And unfortunately, due to new sanctions that are going to be placed upon the industry, they're not expecting to be able to give us the same prices as they always have. And of course, if you've got a long-standing relationship with a supplier and they're prepared to tell you the price is going up, you can see that this is going to be an industry-wide increase. It's going to affect all jewellers, and what we try to do is share that information with jewellery makers. I mean, particularly jewellery makers, because it's not going to have as big an impact on people purchasing jewellery from Gems TV, because if you fall in love with a particular piece of jewellery and you know you're getting the best value on the market from Gems TV, you can still dial up and invest. As a jewellery maker, if you're going to see an overall increase in the industry, you can think of it one or two ways. Yes, you're going to have to maybe part with slightly higher price points, but you can be absolutely sure that if the rest of the industry are experiencing these increases, that's going to be tagged on to the sale price for them, and that is a model you should follow. If you're having to pay higher price points for, you know, the ingredients, if you like, you're going to be able to achieve higher price points on your designs. In all honesty, the value that we normally give you on pearls is kind of ridiculous, especially if you look on the high street at the kind of price points you can pay for pearls. $37.90 for 2 strands of pearls is already totally ridiculous. What are we talking about here? Trying to do some maths. $17.95 per strand. That doesn't work out right. 18, that's it, yeah. Sorry. $18.95. Rachel's still beating me, isn't she, on countdown? $18.95 normally per strand. Tonight, you can get hold of these for $24.95. That works out at £12.50 per strand. That's a huge saving. That's a saving of over £5 on both strands. Now, if these were being used by a professional jewellery designer, and I have to tell you, a lot of the times, when I look at the top end designers and the way that they're using pearls, they're using the exact same standard of pearls. Well, I can't say the exact same standard because I haven't held them in my hand, but they've got these same irregularities on the surface, shall we say. So they're not flawless pearls, they're not perfect rounds, they haven't managed to eradicate all of these inclusions. And in all honesty, I don't think anybody investing in a genuine piece of gemstone jewellery is going to be that enamoured by owning faux pearls, or of course, if they are investing in perfect rounds, they can't possibly expect to get hold of those for less than 3 figures. You'd be hard pushed to find that from any supplier. As I say, we've got a very, very long-standing relationship with our pearl suppliers, and that's why they're prepared to be open and honest with us and tell us that the whole industry is going to experience this increase We're trying to, cut out the middlemen, share this information with you, and still provide you with the best value on the market. These are gorgeous culture pearls, and they're available right now for $24.95, a huge price reduction. Should be close to £40. Tonight you can own them for just $25. We're going to move on though. In fact, we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more incredible deals, including the storage bag bundle. You're going to get both the storage bag and the portfolio bag. They've been bundled together in one wholesale opportunity, and it's coming up in about 20 minutes time. So do not move a muscle. We'll be back in 2 minutes time.
If you're new to JewelleryMaker, simply contact our call centre and we'll send you a tutorial DVD and Get Started booklet, all free of charge. If you miss a JewelleryMaker show, then simply go to our YouTube page where you'll be able to find hours of JewelleryMaker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with JewelleryMaker. You can make your own call using the bead reamer from the toolkit. Take a length of wire. Holding your reamer, firmly anchor the wire onto the handle. Then wrap the wire around the reamer until you have the desired length. Snip off any unwanted excess.
Here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, we are happy to announce that our studio store is now open. If you attend any of our courses, you can now browse through special items, get exclusive discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Become an exclusive customer at the studio store. For more information on available courses and dates, please contact our call centre. The new studio store. The experience just got better. The JewelleryMaker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Wall of Fame, The Genuine Gemstone Company, Unit 2D, Eagle Road, Moons Moat, Redditch, B98 9HF. Get making and good luck!
The latest edition of the Lure Book is now available. This highly regarded gemstone encyclopedia features over 1,300 pages full of facts and knowledge. Discover the places, the people and the stories behind every gemstone. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Come and join guest designer Natalia Coleman and learn how to use fashion leather to create stunning pieces of jewellery. Natalia will guide you through the process of working with the leather to create 4 unique and different designs. This workshop is perfect for beginners. No previous experience of jewellery making is necessary. The full course includes a selection of leather sheets, a variety of leather findings, use of gold, silver or copper coated wire, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and museum, and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just £99.95. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designer Debbie Bulford as she takes you on the fascinating journey of creating face canes using polymer clay. In each chapter, Debbie will guide you through how to create each part of the face. Then, with the final chapter, advance your skills and learn how to add detail and character to your piece. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Very, very exciting evening. We've tried to bring a deal for everybody so far, but we're not finished there. Have a look at this. We've bundled the bags together. Now, these are some of the most reordered items here at Jewellery Maker. As your hobby starts to develop, you are going to need storage solutions and you are going to need ways to transport your designs around. We've bundled them together. This is the storage bag, this is the portfolio bag, and we are going to give you a wholesale deal on your bags this evening. So that's coming up, and actually it's probably only about 15 minutes away. We've got so many deals tonight, I seriously don't know where to start, but it's a clearance segment, so this really is going to represent the best possible value we can bring you, because we're going to bring you double deals. So we've bundled these two sort of, I would describe this as like raspberry quartz, or actually it's described as poppy quartz, so I'll stick with that. Pink poppy quartz, but it's a sort of raspberry pink tone if you like, and then you've got these crackled or quench-like inclusions that will provide your designs with fantastic texture and character. Actually, I'm just looking over here to the Superstar Buy this evening. Have a look at this for a combination. I love this. You've got the sort of royal blues and the midnight blues. I like that. You like that, Sam?
That's very nice.
There you go. Sam's in agreement. I'll take it. So there you go. We are going to give you a clearance deal. Already I'm a little intrigued because we're bringing you top drill drops of pink poppy quartz for $7.95 per strand at $15.90. But tonight we're going to give you a clearance deal. This is our best way to give you wholesale opportunities, double up. And there you go, £10 for 300 carats of pink quartz. Has to be one of our most popular varieties of quartz. I suppose there's a lot of people like me out there, girly girls, who like their feminine tones. But what I like about it is the texture that it brings to the designs, that little quenched effect, that crackled effect. Normally, of course, included gemstones wouldn't be popular with jewellery designers, but when you're trying to create bespoke jewellery designs, you're looking for a gemstone that offers a little bit of personality, that brings something to the party, and these definitely tick that box. Top drill drops of poppy quartz, and they're available right now as a double deal, 2 for $9.95. I suppose one of the beauties of working with the top drill drops is the versatility of the cut itself, because whether you're a beginner and you want to create a matching set of jewellery, they're perfect, because of course you've got the earrings, the droplet style earrings and the pendant. Or of course, if you are a more accomplished jewellery maker, maybe you endeavour to create some wire work pieces, they're perfect petals, aren't they, as well, particularly in those feminine pinks. So they're going to work on a number of different levels for jewellery designers, and every single time each gemstone is going to be totally unique because of those inclusions. A double deal for $9.95. We're going to move on and bring you another variety of emeralds. We've already been quite fortunate this evening. We've brought you Colombian emerald, and now we're bringing you African emerald. I'm guessing this is from Zambia, but I suppose there could be other regions in Africa where we mine for emeralds. It's a little bit broad, the classification here in terms of African emerald. It's like saying European agate, I suppose, but that's the continent where we source this from, of course. All life originally thought to come from that particular continent. 50 carats of African emerald here. I love the colour tone. It's not quite the same depth as I'd normally associate with a Zambian emerald. It's somewhere in between a Zambian emerald and a Colombian emerald. So you've got a little bit of clarity, you've got that rich green tone, but it's not quite turning into those forest greens. You haven't quite got that same depth of colour. I love that. Actually, it's probably a little bit closer to a chrome dioxide colour tone, actually, isn't it? Now, I love the variation of sizes here. It ranges from 5x4 to 10x7, and again, as a jewellery maker, that offers you a lot of scope as a designer. And gems of distinction strands should be $26.95. We're about to reduce the price. What were you saying there? $18.95. When he was saying £20, he's going to take it under £20. I was getting a bit concerned. $18.95 for 50 carats of African emerald. That is totally ridiculous. I mean, look at the largest gemstones here. You could actually use those to create ring designs, couldn't you? Look at that, an emerald ring. I would suggest that if you use silver plated wire on your emerald and you create a ring design, you could accent it. I mean, if you got hold of the Colombian emerald, you could just put a Colombian emerald either side of that, create such a high-end piece. But let's say you're just going with one gemstone, silver plated wire. That's at least £20–25 for that piece of jewellery alone. Even then, you're offering your customers incredible value, and of course, you've made the money back in one gemstone. If you really want to justify that price point, and you know that you're selling to knowledgeable collectors, get hold of the Colombian emerald. I think we've got one strand remaining in stock, and I'm not sure if the price reduction is still active, but can you imagine these together? I would just place one of these rondelles either side of the largest gemstone as an accent. I would set it into, possibly gold-plated silver wire. 6 minutes remaining on the price slash on the Colombian emerald. Am I right in saying that the price slash was over £10? Oh, sorry, I'm thinking of the previous drop was 54 to 39. This came down from 39. Sorry, yes, that was the other strand of emerald, wasn't it, with the rubies and the sapphires on it. My apologies. The Colombian emerald, still a hefty price reduction from $39.95 down to $27.95. So still a saving of over £10 on Colombian emerald. Wow, so that means we've already had 3 opportunities to own emerald this evening. I absolutely would add this to my order, especially if you got hold of the Colombian emerald, because it's going to allow you to take the most sought after variety of emerald that little bit further. Gorgeous ovals. I'll leave that one with you. They're all distracted. Talking about Becky's ridiculous crush on Participation Pete. Where are we moving on to? Rose gold plated, the little clamshell bead covers, aren't they? So you can use these in a variety of different ways, I suppose. Because you can either use them to maybe cover up a crimp bead to give yourself that professional finish, or you can use them maybe as little accent beads or spacer beads in their own right. Now, the real advantage of working with them is that you get a little loop as well. So you can actually not only increase the professionalism of the finish, but you can also add a little bit of gem weight onto there as well. In fact, thinking about it, if you just got hold of the charm designs, you could set these onto a bracelet and then hang your charms from the loop itself. Sam is suggesting that you glue a little gemstone, what, inside the loop?
Inside the
oh, what a great idea. Okay, that's brilliant. So you're utilising the shape of the finding itself. So Sam's saying if you get one of your very delicate rondelles and you actually glue it inside the clamshell, you can suspend it from a chain or a piece of beading thread. You still get the sparkle from the gemstone, but it's almost like it's being held inside the little clamshell shape, or the oyster shell. I love that idea, Sam. That's a fantastic idea. Rose gold plated sterling silver here. A wholesale deal, you get 50 in total. We've just taken the price down to $6 $6.95. That's our job here at JewelleryMaker, to make these items as accessible as possible. And we're very, very committed to, I suppose, meeting that remit not only on genuine gemstones but also on your component parts. So your essential findings, we try to give you the best deals on the market as well. Here we're looking at rose gold plated silver, and as we are aware, we're expecting to see the price on gold increase over the next few months because we're not finding new deposits of precious metal. So any chance you get to stock up on your rose gold plated sterling silver, I will be dialing that free phone number to get involved. $6.95, a clearance price that is only available for the next 60 minutes. Don't forget, if you are an avid jewellery maker and you're looking to maybe get involved with craft fairs over the coming months towards the end of the year, always important to transport your goods there safely. The bag bundle coming up in about 5 or 10 minutes time. There you go, try that way. There we go. We're moving on though. We've got more clearance deals to bring you, and on this deal we're bringing you some gorgeous yellow quartz faceted pear drops. They're through drilled, 18 by 12 mil in size. Love the look on this. 380 carats in total. Uniform sizes in the cuts, they're 18 by 12, and uniform faceting on the surface of the gemstone. Checkerboard faceting here. These are gorgeous. I mean, I would use these as pendants. They have to be the feature of a design, really, because you want the light to be hitting the surface of these gemstones. Very distinctive facets on the surface of the gemstone. Thinking you've got to use the way they hang naturally. That sort of teardrop or pear shape in the gemstone. Very traditional cut, of course, within jewellery designs. Love the variations in the colour tone. Sometimes you do want that richer saturation where you've got the sort of the cognac tones, if you like, or the more golden hues. These are like champagne, aren't they? And because you've got very slight inclusions in the gemstones, you really get that fizz-like feel as well. Currently available for $17.95. It is a huge carat weight, and again, a lot of work's gone into this by our gemstone cutters. Wow. Down to £10 from $17.95. I mean, again, if you use maybe just one of these as a pendant, you're going to make your money back. You could actually create some quite gem-heavy charm designs, perhaps, or maybe glass charms. They look good in glass charms. How about your wind charms or your chandeliers? Yeah. They're perfect for those looks, aren't they? So it's because of the way they hang as well.
Because the sun will shine through them and that one's look gorgeous.
Yeah, sorry. Oh no, when I say glass charms, I mean the charm that goes on the bottom of a wine glass. Yes. Just in case I confused anyone. Yes, oh yes, we don't want any glass. We want genuine gemstones. We're bringing them to you at the price of glass. $9.95 for yellow quartz. These are faceted drops. I mean, just look at that. Sam was quite right. Because of the clarity in the faceting, if you set those into a design where they're going to be allowed to move and the light's going to be allowed to pass through them, yeah, it's going to bounce around the room. In fact, you could just put one of these on a piece of thread in your room. I know some people do that to get the play of light, that colour swirl around the room. Oh, dream catchers as well. Yeah. So Sam's starting to really expand her repertoire of jewellery goods for her upcoming winter craft fairs. She's looking at creating craft fairs. You can hang one of these from the bottom of a dream catcher. Do you wonder, she's looking at craft fairs, she's looking at dream catchers. I am losing it this evening. $9.95 for 380 carats of yellow quartz. Unbelievable deal. It's only available at that price for the next 60 minutes. And we're going to move on. Ooh, another findings deal here. As I say, we pride ourselves on giving you the best price in the market, not just for genuine gemstones, but for your essential component parts as well. And here, we've brought you one of our essential findings packs. Now this contains everything you could possibly need to create sets of jewellery. In fact, you get 100 pieces of rose gold flash copper, including a metre of chain. Is that a metre? Sorry, just check. Oh yeah, it's a metre. Yeah, so just checking. So you've got a metre of chain, you've got your ribbon cord endings, you've got the different types of head pin, including the fine ones that go through those smaller drill holes, and the little heart-shaped head pins as well. You've got your jump rings, your spacer beads, as well as your toggle clasp, your fancy earring findings, your crimp bead covers. 100 pieces of rose gold flash copper in total, and it's all available right now for $9.95. It's an add it to your order price for precious metal, and we're not content with giving you an add it to your order price. We want to go above and beyond. That's our job here at Jewellery Maker. We're taking it down to $6.95. We only have a limited number available on this particular item. In fact, we've got fewer than 20 in stock. So to clear out the last of stock, which is our job here on the Late Show, we've taken this down to $6.95, but only for the next 60 minutes or while stocks last, which is far more likely at that price point for an essential item. Just $6.95 for your gold flash copper findings pack. And we've got a huge number of people coming through on the free phone number. So if you are checking it into your basket at JewelleryMaker.com, please check out to avoid disappointment. I don't want anybody to miss out for that reason. $6.95 is a clearance price this evening on your rose gold flash findings pack. And coming up in just a couple of minutes time, a star buy deal on your 2 bags. We've bundled them together to offer you the best possible value we can, and that's coming up in just a couple of minutes time. For that though, you're going to fit in another deal, and we're going to bring you blue fluorite. One of the rarer varieties of fluorite, to be honest with you, because we're used to seeing the multicoloured varieties, but when you look at blue fluorite, you get that beautiful variation of colours, but in one tone. So this ranges from maybe the sort of sky blues to the lagoon greens, and then you've got a richer saturation of almost a navy blue tone there as well, enhanced by the fluorescence that you get on fluorite as well. These, again, your top drill drops, very, very easy to work with for beginners and experienced jewellery makers. We know for wire workers, for example, the top drill drops work really well in those popular motifs, maybe as petals in flowers or the wings of a butterfly or a dragonfly. But if you are just sort of starting your jewellery making journey and you want to be able to create matching sets of jewellery that are wearable, this is perfect, isn't it? Because you've got that graduation in size from 8x5 to 16x11, so you can create the matching set of earrings and a pendant. And I would think that working with fluorite of this quality that's been polished to this standard, you're going to actually make profit of just 3 gemstones, because we've just taken it down. Should be £10. We have taken it down this evening to $6.95. So once again, we've handed you back the equivalent of your P&P this evening. The reason I say that is that you only pay 1 P&P per day here at Jewellery Maker. That runs from midnight to midnight. So you can continually add to your order up until midnight. You're only ever going to pay $2.95. And we've just reduced the price of this strand down to $6.95 from $9.95. Just have a look at that recording there. You can absolutely see the fluorescence. This is the sort of inner glow that you get from the gemstone itself. Beautiful gemstone, and quite interestingly, the only gemstone related to Blue John, which is the only known gemstone that we mine for in the UK. The mine itself is situated in Derby. Blue John it's sort of related to fluorite. It's very similar, but actually both fluorite and Blue John are unique in that they don't belong to any gemstone family. Most gemstones fall into a particular species or family, but fluorite is a little bit on its own. But I think that makes it a little more special. Down to $6.95 is a Gems of Distinction strand. Represents the highest possible quality we can source for you. And of course the clearance price will only be available for 60 minutes. I'm going to leave that on with you because rather excitingly we're about to bring you a double bag deal as a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for quite an interesting bundle because both of these bags have been very, very popular. Possibly some of the most reordered items we've ever stocked here at Jewellery Maker, and one of them focuses more on providing you with a storage solution. The other, I think, provides you with a way to present your work and transport your work. That's the way I look at it. I mean, you can use this absolutely to transport your tools to and from craft fairs. It's got this sturdy rubber handle. You've also got the long strap. Very, very deep pockets, wine bottle shaped. You've also got these storage compartments throughout. And I think that when we originally launched this bag, or relaunched the bag here on the Late Show, Pete and I tried to see how many reels of wire would fit into this, and I think we got around about 40 or 50 reels of wire in this. Now, not only do you get your traditional tote bag, which is so useful, this is like the Mary Poppins of storage bags, then you've got your portfolio bag. Now this is really, really useful, particularly I think if you've got a huge suite of jewellery to present at a craft fair, maybe your stall can't quite hold it all. If you put one design on the store and you have the variations in these little compartments, then it allows your customers just to flick through quite easily, have a look at your the different styles of design you can come up with. You can actually take these out, so you can just have these laid out and it might protect your designs as well. They all just fit back into the bag, just they're velcroed, so that allows you just to flick through your designs. You still get huge compartments that you can store items, but I'll probably use my portfolio bag to show off my different styles of jewellery and my variations in colour tones perhaps. I use the tote bag to transport my wire, maybe my metal stamps and my hammer to the gig, and also put a bottle of wine in there for the journey home. And on top of that, we also got your storage boxes. So lots of storage solutions. I mean, to be honest, you could just use all of these just as storage devices. You don't have to be attending craft fairs for these to be useful. Most people I know these days have got 2 or 3 of each of these bags, because I suppose as a hobby, this just starts to take over, not only take over your time, but take over your house. And if you're getting in trouble from a loved one, or your children are saying, I'm trying to play here, Mum, can you get your wire out of the way? Then you can buy one of these and it'll provide you with a storage solution. You are also going to get 2 of the plastic containers. You get the little individual dividers, so you can decide how to utilise the storage facility here in the box. But the other beauty of it is that it's graded plastic, so you can also store your polymer clay in it. It does have some toxins in polymer clay, so if you try to put it in, you know, like an ice cream tub that you've washed out, it's going to eat through that plastic. This is graded plastic, that won't happen. Huge number of storage solutions here, including the tote bag, the portfolio bag, and 2 of your plastic boxes as well. And of course, we're going to bring you a star buy price this evening. Let's have a look. Normally, all of this would set you about £46.80, which in itself represents incredible value. I recently went to an independent craft shop and saw, you know, not the same as this, in fact it wasn't as big as this, but a similar item as a storage solution, and I think it was around about £35 for just that bag. We're about to take this down to a ridiculous price point. I'll tell you the other beauty of investing in an item like this. Boom, £21.95. So that's like paying £10 for your portfolio bag, £10 for your tote bag, and £1 each for your boxes. Tell me where else you get that kind of value. In fact, I think once when I was the sales manager of the channel, I think that we priced up these storage boxes from another supplier, and I think that we found them at over £5 for just these boxes alone. Now, oh yeah, County Durham. Vicky's mum. Do you think that's jewellery maker Vicky, presenter Vicky? There's a lot of Vicky's working in the building, I suppose. Who knows? If it is, hi Vicky's mum. I've never met you, but hi. And if it's not, hi anyway, Vicky's mum, because you're Vicky's mum. £21.95, you can't go wrong with a deal like this. What I was going to say is, as well, this is a great item if maybe you live with a jewellery maker and you're looking for a gift to buy them. You don't know what gemstones they're passionate about. You don't know particularly what discipline they're involved with. You don't know what tools they'd appreciate. This is the perfect generic item for any jewellery maker, because as I say, as their gemstone collection expands, as their jewellery collection expands, this is going to be the perfect storage solution. Okay, unfortunately we only had a limited number of this particular bundle. Half the stock's already been allocated, and the other half, it looks like, is placed in baskets at JewelleryMaker.com. So now, as phone buyers start coming through on the free phone number, some people are going to start to miss out if they're not checking out their baskets. I will just say, sorry, I did know that actually. I knew that we only had limited stock. I just got carried away with the amazing value you were offering everyone. What I was going to say is, with an item like this, now I am sometimes guilty of really focusing on the sales side of jewellery. So if you are creating your jewellery, I'm always thinking about how you could start to sell your designs. Some people have no intention of selling their jewellery designs because they're hobbyists. And of course, they don't want to part with their gemstones. Once they get hold of them, they don't want to give them away. I understand that, absolutely. But all I can say is, that means that before too long, you're going to have a collection containing, say, 50 different pairs of earrings, 25 different bracelets. And so something like this actually is perfect for putting together your outfit if you're going out, isn't it? Because you can literally flick through. Once you've put your dress on, you can literally flick through and see what's going to go with your look for that particular evening. And it just makes it a little bit easier than trying to, you know, untangle chains out of a jewellery box and all that malarkey, if you like. So that is a great item for all jewellery makers. It looks like that's going to be a sellout deal, I'm afraid, guys. So we're going to move on. Just to let you know, coming up in about 20 minutes time, we've got another Star Buy deal. A really, really impressive collection of pearls here. A double deal on your peach pearls. I'm seriously impressed with this because, as I say, we know that the price of pearls is expected to increase over the coming months, and so it's a bit of a pearl showcase tonight. We've already given you one double deal. This is coming up in just 20 minutes time, and don't forget, coming up at the top of well, the top of the show, I suppose, to bring us out as our superstar buy, these gorgeous royal blue pearls. And I just couldn't resist but turn them into a gorgeous necklace. I've already been given a few pointers from the lovely Liz Welsh, who was running a workshop today, about how I could improve my finish. And I've taken that on board. But if you do want to get hold of these gorgeous blue pearls, they're coming up at 8:45. We're going to move on. I'll tell you the words my producer just said to me. He said, we're going to do number 17 because it's incredible. I don't understand why we've got any of these left in the building. And I concur. Have a look at the quality of this strand. A multi-stranded beryl featuring aquamarine, morganite and heliodor. And they're probably... the clarity is ridiculous. As a result, the facets that have been placed on the surface of the gemstone are giving you so much sparkle. I mean, these are almost eye clean aquamarines and heliodores. A little bit of morganite in there as well. Sought after varieties from the beryl family. Have a look at this. Now, because of the clarity that you're getting from the gemstones under our studio lights, the strength and the depth of the colour isn't necessarily translating itself on screen, but you can absolutely see the quality of the gemstones and the clarity and the way they've been faceted. When you get them home, you're not going to be disappointed with the colour saturation. Actually, you can see it. You can see the sky blues and the golden hues, as well as those pastel pink tones coming through. I mean, it's just gorgeous, isn't it? 30 carats in total of your faceted ovals. They do very slightly vary in size from 6x5 to 7x6. This is only featured on the show once previously, but we're already down to limited availability, and you can understand why, because most jewellery makers that lay eyes on this are going to want to include it in their collection. Let's have a look at our price point this evening for this multicoloured strand of beryl, which basically means you've got aquamarine, morganite and heliodore on one strand. Amazing clarity. And it's never previously been price reduced, because it's only ever featured on the show once before it's been launched. We're now down to limited availability, and we're going to give you the first ever price reduction. Whoa, we just put £10 back in your pocket. This is seriously high standard beryl. This comes from our Gems of Distinction range, represents the highest possible quality we can source for you, and yeah, we've just taken it down to £1 a carat for some of the highest quality aquamarine, morganite and heliodore. Certainly one of the highest quality strands featuring heliodore I've ever seen, although I must just say a big thank you to a customer who bought me a strand of heliodore last week. So yes, don't worry, I've got something in store for you. 30 carats in total here, and it's available for £29.95. I have to tell you, we started with limited availability on this strand. We're now approaching very limited availability. It's getting a little bit desperate now, so if you do want to get hold of one of these, dial right now to get involved. Carol has texted into the show to say, Ed, Jewellery Maker has turned me into a magpie. I see. I think it's because earlier on I was saying that all the jewellery makers out there are magpies. They love a bit of sparkle. Carol's saying that's all our fault. Well, if you are a magpie, or even if you're not, let me convert you. Have a look at this gemstone. Have a look at the way it sparkles thanks to the clarity and the faceting. I mean, I love that combination as well of those subtle golden hues from the heliodore combined with the rich sky blues of the aquamarine. That's a gorgeous combination in itself. Less than £1 a carat for gorgeous beryl. That, for me, is a must-have. Anybody who has ambitions of becoming an elite jewellery maker who does receive personal commissions, set this into a beautiful design. Maybe you only need 2 of the aquamarines in some sterling silver shepherd hooks to make a pair of earrings. They're going to get noticed. People are going to expect you to have paid 3-figure sums for that kind of jewellery because of the quality of the gemstones. That's the way to get yourself some personal commissions under your belt. Taking that down to £29.95, but it's only available at that price for the next 60 minutes. We're going to move on now, and we're going to bring you a gemstone that has a very interesting history attached to it. Hold on a second. Have you seen this strand? Look at this. Little bit of schiller on your iolite. Not something you'd normally associate with this gemstone. Do you know what it is? There's just a little bit of an inclusion on the surface of the gemstone. Now, do you know what? This is why, as jewellery makers, we have so many more opportunities. Because imperfections can actually enhance a gemstone, can't they? Certainly for a bespoke jewellery maker, because you're trying to create a one of a kind. Well, you've got it here. If a master jeweller saw that, they'd say, oh no, that's not eye clean highlight, throw that in the bin. You'd have to be crazy, right? And it's all to do, you can actually see the little imperfection on the surface of a gemstone. That is enhancing that gemstone no end. In fact, Sam's trying to get it off me.
I'm going to start hanging around their jewellery bins. Jewellery shop bins if they're throwing these sort of things away.
Oh, I see. No, they would never have bought it in the first. Sam was thinking of hanging out the back of independent jewellers, seeing if they throw gemstones away. No, they would have just, they wouldn't have taken it on, would they? But they're doing themselves a disservice, really, aren't they? Because when people are investing in genuine gemstones, they're looking for, I suppose, that little bit of mystique. And that is what you're getting from this particular strand of highlight. Now, I can't guarantee you're going to get this little bit of chatoyancy that's been caused by the imperfection here, the inclusion. Traditionally, what you're looking for in highlight is this sort of a violet tone that you normally associate maybe with a tanzanite, but this is just a very interesting gemstone here. The way it's been polished, that tiny little imperfection has just given you a little optical anomaly, shall we say. They're elongated in size and shape, so that's going to give you a lot of benefits as a jewellery maker, because of course, once again, you could use them as petals, you could use them as pendants. They do have a number of different applications within jewellery making. You've got that rich, almost navy blue tone from your highlight here, and they range in size from 12 by 6 to 29 by 9. We are going to give you a clearance deal on this particular strand, currently available for $14.95. 450 carats, 150 carats for $14.95. That's ridiculous. I'm confused by the price point. Oh, we're about to go even lower. I thought that was the clearance price. I'll tell you what, the heat's got to me this afternoon. $9.95. We're just taking this down to £10. Imagine how well this would go with our superstar buy this evening. Those navy blues against the royal blues. Oh yes, fantastic. And that means that you can make your pearls go a little bit further, and you've got a little feature within your design as well with the droplet style pendants there. Absolutely incredible. But you can only get hold of highlights like this for the next 60 minutes at this price point. £10 is a clearance price this evening for gorgeous highlight. Now, of course, when I was originally bringing this to you, I was talking about the legacy, the heritage that's attached to the gemstone, originally used by the Vikings, who actually used highlight to guide their ships navigate through the high seas. The reason they're able to do this is if you take like a thin slice of highlight, you hold it up to the sky, and on a cloudy day it will allow you to see the polarization of the sun because of the way the light is dispersed through the highlight, and so they could tell where the sun was, and obviously they could use it almost like a compass. So that's the kind of heritage that is attached to a genuine gemstone like this. You know, you can't tell that story if you've bought a piece of purple glass. $9.95 is a clearance price this evening for a genuine gemstone, and you've got a huge carat weight here. 150 carats of highlight. Wow. So we're talking about less than 7p per carat for highlight here. Only at this clearance price, and that is available for the next 60 minutes. That's totally ridiculous. I get excited when we take things down to say like £1 a carat, but at 7p a carat, we really are going above and beyond, aren't we? We're going to leave that one with you at the clearance price of $9.95. We're going to move on. Another one that would go brilliantly with our superstar by the pearls this evening. We've got almost the same colour tone, but this time in the faceted chalcedony. Quite large rounds, So again, they'd work very, very easily in a number of different designs. I'm thinking of a macrame design actually, or of course you could set them with the pearls. I mean that. Do you like that, Sam?
That is gorgeous. And I'd throw a bit of the other pearls as well with going in.
The peach
Like
pearls.
The laces, yeah.
So you'd use these as spaces in
Space
between. Okay, I like that. That's a great combination. The pearls are coming up in about 10 minutes, in fact. These are coming up at the end of the show. Right now, you can add 130 carats of faceted chalcedony to your order for just $9.95. 12mm faceted rounds. And it's available right now for $7.95. Wow. Because of the saturation of colour you've got on this particular variety of chalcedony, rather than these sparkling, they're almost giving you that rich lustre you'd associate with, say, top-end gemstones like your black diamonds perhaps, or black spinels. And you've got that same effect here. You can see it. Gorgeous. Love that. Absolutely love the finish on these gemstones. And if you are really an elite jewellery maker and you are focused on maybe providing your customers with the big five, or of course if you're a gemstone collector and you're passionate about owning those elite gemstones, tune in tomorrow from 9 AM. Is it Vicky Carr doing the show? Vicky Carr is live from 9 AM tomorrow, and diamonds are on tomorrow. So yeah, we're going to launch brand new Strand of Diamonds on tomorrow's Sunday morning show. So tune in from 9 AM if you want to get hold of those. Right now we're going to move on to another deal. Yes, I'll pick one all day long, definitely. I'm going to go for 16. No prizes for guessing why I've picked this one. Love the colour tone here. Gorgeous rose quartz here, but the carat weight is so impressive. Same kind of colour tone and the same kind of silk-like inclusions that you'd normally associate with morganite. And traditionally, morganite is thought of as more of a prestigious gemstone because of its associations with Tiffany's, for example. But actually, within the bespoke jewellery world, I think rose quartz is probably better known and probably a little more sought after. I think traditionally when people are looking at attending craft fairs and buying into handmade jewellery designs, they often tend to have this association with gemstone healing, or crystal healing, gemstone folklore and legend, and quartz is thought to be a great amplifier of different energies, for example, and so that makes it very popular within this sector. I personally wouldn't suggest you buy it for that reason, but I do know that a lot of our customers are drawn to those associations, and of course rose quartz, brilliant for handmade jewellery designs if you are focused on that side of things, because it's known as the gemstone of true love. And so, you know, those kind of connotations of love and romance are always popular. I suppose that's why most people buy jewellery designs for others. If you're buying it for yourself, well, because you love yourself, why not? And the beauty of these gemstones is the size. They're huge. They're all perfect to be used as the focal point of a design. They range in size from 15 by 14 to 22 by 23. They're actually classified as slabs of rose quartz, so that goes to show you the significance of the size here. But have a look at the way they've been faceted. Once again, you get that gorgeous little bit of sparkle that's going to enhance the overall look of your jewellery designs, but still offer you that sort of candy floss pink tone. I was thinking to myself, what did they start as? I thought I'd seen that price point already. Originally $11.95. In 60 minutes, that's the price point you'll have to pay. Right now, you can add them to your order for the clearance price of $7.95. 500 carats of any gemstone shouldn't be going to that kind of price point. But when you're looking at huge carat weights on each gemstone and the way they've been polished and faceted, quite a labour intensive process, and then to bring it to you at just $7.95 is seriously impressive. I mean, you can see the size of the facets on each face. I mean, look at that. It's going to make a serious impact on your designs, isn't it? And actually you could rely on the graduation as a bit of a design concept in itself, because they do graduate up to that largest size. $7.95 is your clearance price point right now for 500 carats of rose quartz. I'm going to leave that one with you. I'm going to move on because we've got so much to fit in. Ooh. Look at this. We're going from one end of the spectrum to the other here with your pink gemstones. $15 carats in total here of the Master of Disguise. I'm really impressed with the consistency of colour on this strand. Often you'll see slight variations or colour zoning. Not on this strand. Complete consistency of the colour tone. Probably one of the reasons it is the Master of Disguise, why it's mistaken for maybe pink sapphires, for example. Absolutely gorgeous. I love how delicate the cuts are, those little faceted rondelles. In fact, it'd be perfect for recreating maybe Deb's ring design. You only need, say, 5 or 6 rondelles, and you're able to offer your customers the kind of designs that will really blow their minds, because you're bringing them gemstones that are actually included in a number of different imperial collections. Pink spinel, of course, famously features in our own crown jewels because it was mistaken for rubies when it was originally set. And so to own this gemstone is quite impressive. The other thing that really intrigues me about spinel is that it has the same crystal structure as a diamond. This is one of the reasons why the misclassifications take place. You can understand why people have mistaken this for pink diamonds, because it's got that same single refractive index, very, very high refractive index, and so it gives it this gorgeous sparkle. $15 carats in total, and we're going to take this to a clearance price. Originally priced at $39.95, and in 60 minutes, once again, you're going to have to pay the Gems of Distinction price. You can see that this comes in its own presentation box. This is the creme de la creme, the top end design. Say again, sorry? There you go. So here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, we try to make gemstones as accessible as possible, not just here on JewelleryMaker, but on our sister channel, Gems TV. If you have a look on our Gemporia website, you can see that they have taken pink spinel. They've actually set it into silver to try and make it as affordable as possible, and even then the price point is £72. What's the carat weight of pink spinel there? I'm guessing it's between, say, 2 and 3 carats of pink spinel, maybe. I'll find out in the break. We've got to move on because it's time. Say again? Oh, 1 carat of pink spinel set into silver, £77 from Gemporia, offering you the best value in the market for genuine gemstones. 15 carats right now for £24.95, down from £39.95. It's time now for another Star Buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time now for another very impressive Star Buy opportunity. Beautiful peach cultured pearls. They range in size from 6 to 8 mil. Very, very slight variations. You can't really see it with the naked eye. A couple of millimeters here or there. But because of those imperfections, because of those irregularities, I should say, in the size, no one's going to mistake these for faux pearls. Gorgeous colour tone, beautifully feminine. And of course, we know that pearls have those strong associations with bridal jewellery, for example, and this is a very popular colour tone for bridal parties. Actually, bridesmaids, mother of the brides, this is really the colour of choice at the moment, isn't it? It's very on trend. How many of this bundle have we got in stock? Less than 100. So we've got double figures. And I should just say, I'll just say, in fact, that's really interesting. So we've got 96 in stock and 32 have already been allocated. So exactly 1/3 of the stock's already been allocated. We haven't even brought the price on screen. And I should say there's about another 20 people who have already placed this in their baskets. It looks to me like these are regular buyers who are aware of the new sanctions that are coming in within the pearl industry. Now, these are sanctions placed on the people who are culturing pearls. Around about 90% of all the pearls used within the jewellery industry are cultured pearls. They're cultivated by man. It's still obviously an organic process, but you know, they just give it a helping hand or whatever on the cultivating side of things. It can actually take up to a year for every 1.5 millimeters of growth that you get in pearls. So if you're looking at something like a 6 or an 8 millimeter pearl, that might have taken, say, 3, 4, 5 years to actually culture these pearls to that size. So a lot of time and investment's gone into these organic creations, but you still get to see Mother Nature's input, of course, because of that gorgeous pearlescence on the surface of a gemstone. And I suppose it's only natural that if you do live in certain regions of the world where your main export is a natural resource, you have to try and protect that in some way, especially if it's sought after here in the West. And so they are beginning to put sanctions on the industry, and that is going to affect the price at which we can purchase pearls. That's going to have a knock-on effect of the price we can sell them for. So in the coming months, we're expecting to see an overall increase. The reason we share that with you is because we know it's going to be industry-wide. The people that we've been working with, supplying us with pearls, we've been working with for around about a decade. And so it's in their interest to be honest with us, and it's in our interest to share that information with you. We don't want anybody to suddenly get a bit of a shock and 1 minute they're buying pearls for $19.95, all of a sudden we have to put the price up to $29.95. Now, I'm not expecting to see really dramatic increases straight away, but there's certainly going to be an increase, and over the next few weeks we're going to focus on maybe giving you a little bit of a swan song to our former cultured pearl prices, and this is how we do it. We double up on the strands. I mean, this has to be one of the most attractive colour tones, very, very feminine, and perfect for the generic designs that people like to create with pearls, bridal pieces, pearl necklaces. I mean, have a look at this. Gorgeous hair comb design, perfect for a bride. Look at that. I mean, you could easily recreate that in the peach pearls. Actually, it'd probably be even more attractive in the peach pearls. Okay, well over half the stock has now been allocated. Lots and lots of phone buyers coming through. That's the way to do it. When you see the price point, you're not going to be disappointed anyway. Let's get it on screen and give everybody an opportunity to get hold of this at £8.95. That's £4.50 for a strand of pearls. Absolutely ridiculous. I will just say that with the pearls, the drill holes are traditionally a little bit smaller, although I worked with the strand earlier today and the normal beading thread went through it absolutely no problem. Let me have a look. Look about the same size to me. Actually, I'll tell you what, how about interspersing these two varieties of pearls? I like that as a combination. What do you reckon, Sam?
That is very nice.
Yeah, the peach and the royal blue. Ah, you'd give it a little bit of form, a bit of shape. I can't do things like that. You're just showing me up. Great combination of colour tones, but of course, as part of this particular collection, you've got 2 strands of peach pearls. Now actually, these are interesting because depending on what you match them up with, you can draw different colours from the pearlescence. So if you wanted to use these with maybe pastel greens, that would work perfectly. You could set them with your pink gemstones, of course, and all of a sudden they're going to start to look a little bit more feminine. Or of course you could set them with white pearls and you could play on the subtlety. You've got so many opportunities when you're working with pearls, you just can't go wrong, can you? And at £8.95, £4.50 per strand, I am absolutely astounded because, as I say, I'm expecting to see price points rise over the next 12 months or so. I am going to have to leave this one with you because we're now approaching limited availability. In fact, I think we've got single figures of availability remaining on this bundle. It has proved to be hugely popular. Of course, I know that lots of jewellery makers have bridal commissions underway. Say again, sorry? Oh, really? Okay, we're actually getting to the point now where we've got more people on the phones and people placing it in baskets than stock available, so it could be that some people actually miss out on that deal. You've got to be quick here on The Late Show because if you miss it, you will miss out. We're going to leave that one with you. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we've got some incredible deals, including this selection of coloured chains. I mean, this is going to, if you think the pearls sold out quickly, this is going to take about half the time. It's coming up in about 20 minutes time. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back in 2 minutes, so don't move a muscle.
JewelleryMaker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information.
Join guest designer Natalia Coleman for the Introduction to Leather DVD. Natalia will guide you through new techniques including how to create rings, cufflinks, earrings and necklaces. You will also learn how to use the essential tools you need to work with leather, along with lots of helpful hints and tips. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker. Join guest designer Debbie Bulford for this exciting polymer clay accessories DVD. Debbie will guide you through a variety of projects, including pen tops, charms, badges, buttons, and how to create the animal print look. This DVD is ideal for all levels and great to have some fun with the kids. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
JewelleryMaker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, JewelleryMaker are never far away. If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. And, you know, this is a two-way street, mutual appreciation, because we are going to provide you with some incredible deals to make up for the fact that you're giving up your Saturday night to spend with us. Because have a look at this. Our coloured chain selection coming up in 15 minutes time or so. You've got your blue chain, your green, your purple and your red. I think I've tangled all these together, Sam, sorry. Yours won't be tangled when you receive it. I've done that. So I love the combination here. You've got the sort of apatite blues, the amethyst purples, the ruby reds and the emerald greens in your chain. Coming up at the end of the show as a superstar buy, this gorgeous strand of midnight blue pearls. So lots and lots of deals coming up throughout the evening. Right now we're about to start our gemstone A to Z. Clues in the title, and we're going to start with gorgeous andesine. I've gone for 1. Unless you want me to go for 2. Yeah, okay, sorry. These are gorgeous red andesine. Probably the most sought after colour tone. Not really a colour tone I'd actually associate with andesine I've seen here on JewelleryMaker, because traditionally this would be snapped up by the high-end designers. Some of the highest quality andesine I've ever seen here at JewelleryMaker, and actually we've only been able to bring you andesine a handful of times. It is one of the rarest gems on the planet. And the reason I say that I'm surprised to see it here on JewelleryMaker is not because I don't think that jewellery makers should have the same opportunities as other gemstone collectors. It's just that obviously from a crafting point of view, people are generally trying to be frugal, and we have seen the price of andesine on the open market actually be offered in excess of $1,000. So that goes to show you that when you're talking about a collectible gemstone, a gemstone that's associated with rarity, and you think about those kind of price points, I suppose you can forgive me for being surprised to see it here on JewelleryMaker. But we have expanded a great deal over the last few years, and we're now able to source from the same suppliers as our sister channel, and that gives us the chance to bring you gemstones that offer you this rarity. 30 carats of andesine, and traditionally you might think that if you're looking at a more affordable strand you'd have more of the I suppose earthy colour tones, but these are that rich copper red that would be associated with top-end andesine. I don't know how we've managed to do it, other than the fact that we work directly with mine owners to bring you incredible prices, you still think they'd hold out for some of the big boys coming in for their andesine, but no. We have it here for you this evening on Jewellery Maker. Faceted rondelles ranging in size from 3x1 to 5x3. This is one for all the gemstone collectors out there as well as the jewellery makers. So anybody who uses our Gems of Distinction range to develop their gemstone collection, start dialing that free phone number right now. I'm not sure how many opportunities we'll have in the future to bring you andesine, certainly of this colour tone. We only have around 10 strands available, and here comes your price point. Wow. Less than £1 per carat for one of the rarest gemstones known to man. Do your own research, have a look online. The first words you're going to see when you start researching andesine are about the rarity. So to bring it to you with this colour tone, with this quality, which is actually highlighted in the way it's been faceted, for less than £1 a carat, I am mesmerised. I've always been impressed with the buying power we have here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, particularly here on Jewellery Maker, but to see this gemstone with this colour tone at that price point, I am absolutely astounded. Anybody who considers themselves a gemstone collector should be on that phone line right now. It's a free phone number to get involved, of course. Add it to your order, get it home, and you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee to make your final decision. Maybe you want to get it in your collection and then start doing your research. $24.95 is the price point this evening for faceted andesine. Hugely impressive. We'll leave that one with you, and we're going to move on. And we're going to move on to apatite. This is actually my favourite strand of apatite that we actually stock here at Jewellery Maker, because we don't see this cut very often. It's your plain rounds of apatite, and the beauty of it is it's been classified as apatite, but you've got a lot of the neon hues coming through. 8mm rounds in total, and my personal perception of apatite on the market at the moment is, just because I'm seeing it being used a lot by American designers, I'm expecting to see a huge influx of designs on the British market, probably by the end of the year, to be honest. And so you can sort of steal a march on the other jewellery makers out there and the other jewellery designers in the UK if you're stocking up on apatite right now. And I started to talk about this the other night, you know, and I called on a regular buyer, Bertha, to text in to say whether she'd experienced the same thing. Instantly, Bertha didn't text in. Instead, she just called up and bought some. So we saw Bertha, that was her mark of approval. Tanya, you know the way to shop from us here at Jewellery Maker. Maybe you missed out the other night. You're multi-buying this strand. That's the way to do it. I've got a lot of people coming through at JewelleryMaker.com, adding this to their basket. It's incredibly easy to work with, isn't it? Because if you are just starting as a jewellery maker, then plain rounds seem to offer a little bit of a crutch. I suppose the techniques are a little bit easier to achieve if you're working with your plain rounds, but as you start to develop your techniques, as you become more of an accomplished jewellery maker, the plain rounds still make it very easy, because of course as your techniques expand, as you try to create more intricate looks, the plain rounds still offer you that crutch, I suppose, but you've got those neon hues coming through from your plain rounds of apatite. 8mm in size, gorgeous colour saturation, amazing polished finish to this gemstone, and it's available right now for $12.95. I'm going to move on, and we're now getting on to B. So we've done the A's, andesine and apatite. Now we're getting on to B, and we're going up for beryl. Whoa. This is ridiculous. We looked at a strand of beryl earlier. Actually, it's interesting because I think Mark Smith was the first to notice that the quality of the beryl is increasing. He told us that aquamarine had become his favourite gemstone because the quality was becoming more and more superior to other suppliers. Well, think here we've tried to prove we can do it on all varieties of beryl. Have a look at that colour tone on the aquamarine. That is like Santa Maria aquamarine. You know what, I haven't actually seen Santa Maria aquamarine for years now. I wonder if they've shut down that mine in Brazil. I must do some research and find out. I will find out for you. The reason I compare this to that particular variety of aquamarine is because of the consistency of colour, that rich sky blue saturation that is normally attributed to one particular region in Brazil where traditionally the most sought after aquamarines on the planet are sourced. But that's not the only impressive gemstone you've got here. Have a look at this Heliodor. I mean, you can really tell the quality of the gemstones from the way it's been faceted. You can see that the Lapidus have been very confident in the clarity and the density of the gemstones because of the number of facets they place on the gemstone. Very traditional checkerboard faceting. And then just have a look at the Morganite. One of the most sought after and feminine gemstones on the planet, originally exclusively sold by Tiffany's when it was first discovered. You now have the opportunity to own jewellery quality beryl. I mean, have a look at that Morganite. You've got, normally you'd say that these gemstones are going to offer you either clarity or colour tone. Even though you've got a real depth of colour on the Morganite, they're not so heavily included that it would affect the look of the jewellery designs. They're almost silk-like inclusions. Can you see that? So yeah, my producer's just doing a little bit of research now to try and find out whether that particular mine in Brazil, in Santa Maria, is actually now closed. So we might have actually had all of our Santa Maria aquamarine, who knows. If you do want to get involved with this, I have to warn you, it comes from our Gems of Distinction range. Actually, it's probably one of the most high quality strands of gemstones we've ever stocked here at JewelleryMaker. And that's why it falls into our elite range of gemstones. It's nice to get a whole family of gemstones on one particular strand. I probably wouldn't go crazy with this strand. I wouldn't pile all of this into one design for sale. I would say make yourself a beautiful pair of Heliodor earrings, make yourself a pair of aquamarine earrings, make yourself a pair of Morganite earrings. Keep these in your own collection, because that's the kind of quality we're looking at here. We haven't got a lot to go round. The price point's totally ridiculous for the quality of the gemstones. I mean, these are luxury items. These could easily be set into 9 carat, maybe even 18 carat gold, because they've got that traditional finish that you'd normally associate with top-end jewellery designers. 35 carats in total, very slight variations in the size, basically because they've been cut for beauty rather than to maximise on carat weight. So where the lapidus has found an inclusion that's infected, that's affected one of the gemstones, they've just probably just cut that inclusion away so they can maximise on the beauty of the gemstone. So very slight variation in the size, ranging from 10 by 6 to 11 by 7. Probably not a large enough variation to affect the use of any two gemstones in a piece of jewellery. 35 carats in total. I only have a limited number available, and I've already got a lot of takers coming in at JewelleryMaker.com. Make sure you check out your basket, because we've created a short queue on the phone lines as well, and we're going to give you an exclusive price reduction. Currently, this Gems of Distinction strand of beryl is available on our website for $67.95. But we're about to offer you the first ever price reduction on this strand, possibly one of the highest quality gemstone strands I've ever seen here at JewelleryMaker, and we've just taken it down to $49.95. I mean, as I say, do you know what? This is the first time, and obviously For me, it's a little bit different. I'm a little bit desensitized to the quality of gemstones because I've been working in the industry for a long time. This is the first time I think I've ever said, you can't give these away. You can't put these into a piece of jewellery you're going to sell. They're just too good. If you're getting these in your collection, you're going to want them for yourselves. Look at this. Look at that. I mean, you can actually match them up. Morganites, aquamarines, heliodor, or yellow beryl, also known as. And how many of these do we have in stock? We've got fewer than 20 in stock, and I've got about 10 people who are interested in this strand. The reason I say they're interested is that they've placed it in their basket, but they haven't checked out yet. So if you want to come through on the free phone line, wow, there you go. A phone buyer just took 2 off my hands. It's proven to be very popular. That's a great idea actually, Yvonne, because what you could do, use one of these gemstones in a design. The quality is so high that you're going to start to achieve those premium price points. You can actually make your money back from one strand, keep the other for yourself. Okay, so now we've got our business model with this strand. We can get 2, because we're never going to limit you to 1 strand. We want to be your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs. And so if you want to multi-buy the strand, you can get it home, see it in the flesh. I mean, you could just use that as a way to select the greater of the 2, although I don't think too many people are going to be disappointed with the quality of these gemstones. Probably the highest quality I've ever seen here at JewelleryMaker. Just in case you're new to us and you think, well, how many gemstone strands have you actually seen? I have been working on the channel for over 3 years. I used to be one of the managers of the channel, so I have had a lot of insights into the way we source the gemstones, the quality of the gemstones we source, and I'm pinning my my colours to the mast here and saying that this is one of the most high quality strands I've ever seen. $49.95 is not representative of what you're getting on this particular strand, but it is representative of a huge price reduction, down from $67.95 to $49.95. Unbelievable. We're going to leave this one with you because it looks to me like it could be a sellout deal, and you know what that means. If you've placed it in your basket, check out immediately to avoid disappointment. We're now going to move on to a gemstone. It has a very similar cut to the previous strand, but instead of offering you those sort of pastel tones, the feminine looks, very, very vibrant colour tone here from your carnelian. Now, I've sort of got a funny relationship with carnelian. Because I've been working on the channel for a long time, we've been able to source carnelian from day one. And we've been able to get quite large carat weights, but traditionally we've had much lower grade carnelian. So we've had these variations in the colour throughout the strand, and you know, they're quite heavily included. We know that that can be a benefit to jewellery makers because it provides you with a little bit of personality within the gemstone itself. But traditionally, when you think of carnelian, this is the colour tone you're looking for, a consistent tangerine orange. I mean, there's so much vibrancy from this strand. It is absolutely out of this world. Real sort of a zesty fruitiness from these faceted droplets of carnelian, and they're actually flat drops. So what you see here is you've got the regular droplet cut, but on the bottom they've got this flat finish. Perfect for earring designs, perfect for pendants, but I'm thinking about ring designs, those macrame rings where the top drill drop will sit proud in the design. I think these will be perfect. Don't you? Absolutely amazing. You've got over 100 carats here. Again, this comes from our Gems of Distinction range. Actually, do you know what? The last 2 strands really indicate the way that we've expanded as a channel and the way the quality has increased thanks to the buying power that you've given us. Of course, we utilise that to good effect, giving you increased value and better quality The droplets here range in size from 6x5 to 10x9. So slightly greater variation in the size, but again, not large enough to affect the use of these gemstones within your designs. And here comes your price point. Over 100 carats of carnelian this evening for $14.95. Top end carnelian, again, the kind of quality I'd expect to see being used by your sort of household name designers. I'd expect to see this set into 9-carat gold elsewhere. Right now we're bringing it to you for $14.95. It has been sourced by our Indian buying team over in Jaipur, and it does represent the highest possible quality we can source for you. If you've been shopping with us from day one, you can already, just with the naked eye, see the difference in the quality from what we were able to bring you before and what we can bring you now. Faceted droplets of carnelian for just $14.95. Unbelievable. We're going to move on because it's now time to bring you, is it the chains? Okay, it's the chain star buy. We're going to give everybody the opportunity to get on the phone lines in 1 second. I've got to tell you, I think this is going to last about 30 seconds. It's star buy time. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for what I consider to be a very, very popular star buy. Okay, now we haven't quite brought the graphics on screen, and the reason why is that I want to just detangle my chain. Wow, these are really long. They're all meter lengths. Are they? The red one is. They are, aren't they? Yeah, oh, I've got a little knot in this one. How annoying. You got a pin. Oh, Sam's got a little technique for doing it. It's like a little... oh, yeah, they're a meter. There's your emerald chain. There's your amethyst chain. Give me that. Don't worry, Sam. We'll sort it. Oh, she did it anyway. Look at that. Put her under pressure. She still did it. Apatite blue, ruby red, emerald green, and amethyst purple chains. Start dialing the free phone number right now. We're going to let you, because even though I'll get in trouble from the call centre, it gives everybody an equal opportunity then, doesn't it? Because otherwise people on the web can see the price earlier. It's already quicker to purchase at JewelleryMaker.com. 4 meters of chain. I hope you've started dialing the free phone number. That's it. The graphics are on screen. You can start to add the coloured chain collection to your order. Very, very fine cable link chains here. And they're just phenomenal, aren't they? Very, very fine links. They're going to provide your designs with character, because we don't often see coloured chains. There you go. Most people are having 2 of these. What's the price point again? I can't remember. Can you just whisper it to me? Under £20 for 4 meters of chain? Under £15 for 4 meters of chain? Don't you dare. Under £10 for 4 meters of chain. There you go. No wonder my producer was so confident that this was going to be a sellout deal. How many have we got to go round? Oh no. Really? Okay, Sam.
Too late.
Oh, too late. She already knew. Oh, that's what you were saying. You were saying you don't need to scratch your nose. You've already texted her.
I was a bit worried that she might not say.
She's straight in there. No messing around. 1 for you and 1 for her, Sam.
Oh, I was hoping it both.
Oh, right. Sam had already alerted her mother to the fact that these were coming up. They're both very avid jewellery makers. And I said, oh, it's 1 for you and 1 for your mum. She said, no, they're both for me. Not messing around. Sam wants 8 meters of chain. Well, I suppose at that price point, you can't go wrong, can you? Unbelievable price point. Most people multi-buying this particular item. You can understand why. It's an essential item to own for any jewellery maker. A little bit of chain makes your gemstones go further, gives that professional flourish to your designs, and with the coloured tones here, it's going to absolutely bring a bit of personality, enhance the look. Just have a look at the way the light affects the chain itself. I love that. That's just because the chain itself is such high quality, isn't it? So I'm not sure whether you're going to actually mix the colour of the chain so that you've got a little bit of a clash, or whether you're going to use it with the same colour tones. I mean, you could literally take, say, a 16-inch length of your purple chain, put one faceted droplet of amethyst on the end of that, sterling silver clasp, boom. 25, £30 piece of jewellery. You've only had to use one gemstone. All of the designs are going to have a bit of coherency about them, aren't they? Because the colour tone from the gemstone can be mirrored in the chain that you use now. I mean, I'd put a bit of amethyst on the purple. Oh, what am I talking about? Here we go. I'm going to get that blue chain out. I'm going to put those gorgeous aquamarines on that. Have a look at that. That's it, isn't it? All you need, one faceted gemstone of that quality on the blue chain. 30, 40 pounds perhaps, because the quality of the gemstone, of course, is mirrored in the beauty of the chain. £8.95, we're already approaching limited availability on this particular deal. I told you we'd be close to selling this out in a few minutes. How many have we got? We've got around about 20 available, just fewer than 20 of this bundle remaining in stock. 4 meters of chain for £8.95, it's totally ridiculous. Especially with this colour scheme here. They're probably the most popular colour tones within the industry, aren't they? The ruby reds, the emerald greens, the amethyst purples, and your apatite or aquamarine blues, maybe. You could actually put tanzanite on that, or sapphires. Or you could put midnight blue pearls. Oh yeah, I've used gold chain, but actually, wouldn't my design have been finished off even more perfectly with a bit of blue chain on my pearls? Gorgeous. Okay, we're going to have to leave that one with you. As expected, that is virtually a sellout. Don't take my word for it. Always speak to a member of the help team. Those are the only people that can guarantee whether or not you'll be successful. Coming up in about 15 minutes time, the premiere launch of gorgeous Labradorite. Faceted droplets. Really, really easy to work with. Gorgeous variation in the sizes. And that is coming up for you in just 20 minutes time. So not long to wait at all. As I say, this evening we are determined to find something for everyone, and so we're going to continue with our gemstone A to Z, is that correct? We're moving on. So we did A, B, C because we did andesine and apatite, beryl, and then we did carnelian for C. I can't think of any gemstones that begin with D. I suppose you've got diopside. Can you think of any? Begin with D? Druzy, good one, yeah. Any others? I know you're screaming at your screens. I'm just winding you up. Diamonds are forever. 10 carats of red diamonds available right now. Now these are your organic nuggets. I love the organic nature of this particular diamond strand. It's a little bit of the label off the chains that was stuck to my finger, in case you're wondering. Sorry, guys. Have a look at these gorgeous red diamonds. Now, the beauty of these organic cuts is that with the refractive index of the diamond being so high, they are so sparkly. Even in our studio lights, I think that sparkle's coming through, but when you see them in the flesh, you are not going to be disappointed. Again, if you're a gemstone collector, you might never have had the opportunity to add diamonds to that collection previously. Right now, we've got that chance for you. They do range in size, but very, very delicate sizes, ranging from 1 by 0.5 mil to 3 by 1 mil. However, I only have single figures of availability remaining in stock, and we're about to give you a price reduction. Whoa, £10 back in your pocket, down from $39.95 to $29.95. But if you do want to add them to your order, you need to act quickly. My advice, get them home, see them in the flesh, and make an informed decision. You do have a 30-day money-back guarantee so that you can make that decision. You've got 30 days to appreciate your red diamonds before you decide whether or not they suit your designs. Of course, not only is this fourth in order of the alphabet in terms of diamonds, but also it's April's birthstone. So if you know anybody whose birthday falls in April, might be a nice little addition to their collection. Who knows? Moving on, sorry. So we are going for a bit of diopside as well. So we're getting D's covered off today. Have a look at this. These are incredible. Spoke about this earlier in the show, of course, popular for its rarity. And we know for a fact that there's a lot of independent jewellers out there who have never had the opportunity to sell this. And that's why a lot of our jewellery makers are beginning to receive very high valuations for their designs when they're working with chrome diopside. 20 carats in total here on your faceted rondelles, and just have a look at the way they are sparkling like there's no tomorrow. You've got that rich vibrancy from the chromium included in this diopside, but then the way they've been faceted enhances that hard work from Mother Nature as well. Let's have a look at our price point for a Gems of Distinction strand of diopside. $24.95. Highly impressive, especially when you consider that recently one of our customers worked with a strand of this and a strand of our cultured pearls and received a valuation of, I think it was £220 from an independent jeweller for her chrome diopside and pearl necklace. So if you want to start working with some of the rarest gemstones on the planet and offer your customers something that they might not be able to get hold of on the high street, start dialing that free phone number now. We only have a limited number available, and you can add it to your order for just $24.95. Oh yeah, of course, with the little flowers, wasn't it? Oh yes, so my producer actually purchased a piece of pearl and chrome diopside jewellery from our sister channel, Gems TV. Well, it was actually available in the JewelleryMaker shop, wasn't it? Is that right? No, it was from Gemporio, okay. And he gave it to his lovely sister for her birthday, and she was very happy, am I right? There you go. So it is it's quite a classic combination then, because it's not just here on JewelleryMaker, you know, a lot of our customers make that link between pearls and chrome diopside, but our designers, and of course the head of design here for Gems TV is the owner of the company, Sarah Bennett, Steve's wife, and she's head of design, and so yeah, she's signed off on the old pearls and chrome diopside as well. So you know, you're keeping good company. How about that? If you got hold of the peach pearls from earlier this evening, I actually prefer that combination to the white pearls. Maybe that's just me because I'm so girly, but I really like that. Gorgeous. So if you did get hold of the peach pearls, perfect combination if you want to start receiving some of those very high-end valuations. We're going to move on though. We're on to D, and we're going to go on to E. Similar look here actually. We don't, oh sorry, yes, that's what I've got here. Gorgeous emerald, and actually looks like you got a little bit of chromium giving you that green tone in this emerald as well, because have a look at that, very similar, isn't it? You've got that jardin in the gemstone. Now emerald's of course one of the few gemstones prized for its inclusions, and you can see the slight inclusions here. It's actually giving you the depth of colour that you can see here. Love this. Brazilian emerald, but traditionally when we're able to get hold of Brazilian emerald, it doesn't have this kind of clarity. It's quite opaque traditionally, isn't it, our Brazilian emerald? This isn't. This is top grade Brazilian emerald for us here at JewelleryMaker, or certainly the highest quality we can source at least. 15 carats in total. Again, you've got your delicate rondelles ranging in size from 1 mil up to 3 by 2 mil. 15 carats. And I love these. Again, I'd probably describe these as sort of bottle greens because they are very rich, aren't they? Let's have a look at the price point we can bring you this evening, because although this comes from our Gems of Distinction range, although I would describe this as the best quality Brazilian emerald I've ever brought you here at JewelleryMaker, we're going to give you an exclusive price reduction. Should be $47.95. Right now, add it to order for $29.95. Whoa, that is a huge reduction. Oh, it's the largest ever reduction on this strand of emerald. There you go. I'll tell you what, if you set that with pearls as well, that would look gorgeous, wouldn't it? Emeralds and pearls. That's a real top seller, isn't it? Two of the most sought after gemstones, particularly I suppose for people investing in bespoke jewellery designs who might have actually been conditioned to think that they're only going to have the chance to own the likes of maybe agate or jasper, or maybe, you know, a few of the fringe gemstones, shall we say, like your moonstones or your labradorites. But how often do they get the chance to own one of the big four of this quality Brazilian emerald? You can offer your customers the chance to own this gemstone, but at a hugely affordable price, because $29.95 means that you're getting this at what, £2 a carat? Trust me, do your research, and not just you know, jewellery designs from top designers. Have a look at other gemstone suppliers. See what kind of prices they expect you to pay for Brazilian emerald of this quality. You know, if you're going to get the opaque varieties, yes, you're going to be able to get them for lower price points. I don't think I've ever seen Brazilian emerald on JewelleryMaker of higher quality, and I certainly don't expect to bring it to you at £2 per carat. Only available at that price, of course, for the next 60 minutes, at which point it's going to jump back up to $47.95. So as I say, even if you're in two minds, add it to your order right now, get it home. You've got 30 days to appreciate the gemstone before you make your final decision. We're moving on now to F, because we're doing an A to Z of gemstones here. Right now we're moving on to F, and this is a gemstone we've already had a look at once, but we had a look at the rarer variety, the blue fluorite. Right now I've got the multi-coloured fluorite. Now this particular gemstone strand is literally ticking every box for JewelleryMakers as far as I can see. You've got a huge variation of colour tones, because you've got those minty greens, you've got those subtle lemon hues, you've got your amethyst purples, then you've got unique banding on each and every gemstone. That's what you get from this particular variety of fluorite. On top of that, have a look at the gorgeous carving, the heart-shaped gemstones, polished to perfection. So you've got a high-end finish, you've got a shape which not only adds to the overall character of your design, but also makes it much easier, I suppose, to sell the piece of jewellery, because you've got those romantic connotations attached to a heart shape. Actually, hearts are probably just a representation of love. It doesn't have to be romance, does it? Because you can give a heart to, you know, a relative or a friend or a sibling, and it still has that same association with love, but it still has romantic connotations as well. So ticking both boxes. Actually, this particular strand, pretty much perfect for all jewellery makers. $6.95, we haven't even touched on the price. That's also perfect for jewellery makers. Under £10 for over 200 carats of heart-shaped gemstones. Flying in on the free phone number to get hold of this particular strand. I'm not surprised at that price point. We're going to move on. And we're now moving on to 50. And we're moving on to garnet. And we're going to start with the rarer variety of garnet, Tsavorite garnet. We already have offered you one opportunity to own this gemstone this evening, and we're talking about the rarity of this particular grossular garnet. Reason it's so rare is because it's a one location gemstone found in the Tsavo National Park in Kenya, and of course the gemstone itself is named after that location. And it was actually discovered in the late 1960s, but it did take a long time for us to actually get the permit to excavate in that region of the world. Of course, you know, it's a national park, it's protected, and the Kenyan government were reluctant to give Kambalala Bridges the chance to excavate huge areas of a national park. But he was, you know, 100% confident that this particular variety of grossular garnet was going to be in that region. He petitioned for a long time to get his permits. He eventually received them, and when he did start mining in the region, he found Tsavorite garnet. Now, it wasn't really that long before a lot of the mines started to deplete in the resource. So when we originally started mining for it, we had between sort of I think it was around about 50 mines, let's say, just as a conservative estimate, 40 or 50 mines open in the national park. And now it's thought that we've only got 3 or 4 Tsavorite garnet mines. So that goes to show you that in just a short time, what we're talking about 40 years, we've actually gone down to only 10% of the deposit remaining in that particular region. Now maybe in the future we'll find another deposit, hopefully we will, but right now that's the only known deposit, and that means that this is hugely important within the jewellery world because it's so rare. And as we always say, the rarer something becomes, the more sought after it is, particularly with people who understand the inherent value of a gemstone and are prepared to part with larger sums of money to get luxury and rare items into their collection. Tsavorite garnet absolutely fits the bill there, thought to be maybe 1,000 times rarer than emerald. And here you've got your faceted rondelles available right now for less than £1 a carat, $19.95 for 25 carats in total. Again, this particular gemstone does take its colour tone, and I think there is chromium inside your garnet here, giving it that colour tone, but it's completely different colour to anything you'd see on an emerald or a chrome dioxide. More of a lime green, I suppose. When you think of chrome dioxide, you think of the bottle greens. When you think of emerald, well, there's a range there, isn't there, from the forest greens to the pastel tones from your Colombian emerald, but this sits right in the middle of those with that rich zesty lime tone, and it's available right now for $19.95. Probably the rarest variety of garnet on the planet. I'm going to leave that on with you. And don't forget, coming up in just 5 minutes time now, the premiere launch of gorgeous Labradorite. And you can see there, the Labradorescence on the recording is beautiful. Rich violet tones there, flashes of greens as well as golden tones. So really, really impressive variety of Labradorite being launched in about 5 minutes time, so not long to wait at all. Before that, we're going to move on. Next letter now. So we've just done G for garnet. We're now going to move on because it's hematite. I'm not going to do my amazing MC Hammer dance. Not unless you go and get my parachute pants. 300 carats of hematite here. Faceted round 7mm. Oh, we've only got single figures of availability. They're going to fly out the door. Gunmetal tone, faceted to perfection, and not only that, but they also provide you with a little bit of weightiness, I suppose. So they make your design feel very gem heavy and solid, and just look at the way they're sparkling. I mean, if you were investing in items yesterday for the Christmas period, these are like little disco balls, aren't they? $6.95. Looks to me like that's going to be a sellout strand this evening. Hopefully we'll have more hematite in stock as we get towards the winter months, but if you are trying to plan ahead, this is your opportunity to add hematite to your order for just $6.95. Moving on. Now we're moving on to I for iolite. We've already seen one variety of iolite this evening, and it was quite unique, wasn't it? We saw a little bit of schiller because of particular inclusion in a gemstone. I don't think you're going to get that with this one because the quality is so high. Gorgeous saturation of colour, a little bit of variation in the colour tone, ranging from maybe your tanzanite blues up to your rich saturation of purples and violets there. 85 carats in total, but I think what's really going to enthuse jewellery makers out there is the cut. It's all about that shape. These have been classified as faceted saucers. For me, they're basically a hybrid cut between a bicone and a rondelle. That's the way I see them. So almost the same sparkle as a rondelle, but the dynamic of a bicone. And they graduate in size from 4x1 to 11x3. I'm just thinking, I can see its partner in crime. It's right next to me. It's tonight's superstar buy. Have a look at this for a combination. You've got the rich purple tones from the iolite, then you've got that royal blue from these cultured pearls. I love this together. What about that, Sam? You up for that?
That is.
Oh, that's doing it for Sam. She's speechless.
That's rare.
Right, remember this combination. Can somebody take a picture? Can we get it put up on here if it makes Sam speechless? No, I'm joking. Okay, we're going to bring you a deal on the iolite. A to Z, and we're up to I, $12.95 for 85 carats. This comes from our Gems of Distinction range. I think you can see the quality of the gemstone from the consistency in the cut here, because they have all been faceted to give you, well, a huge number of facets, but they're all been placed on the outer edge of the gemstone. That's not an easy thing to achieve, but just have a look at the amount of sparkle and luster that you get from the gemstones themselves. Available right now for $12.95. And Liam is in a very generous mood this evening. Liam's my producer. He's in charge of all the products and the prices, and he's not letting you down. He just put a crisp £5 note back in your pocket. That's totally ridiculous, you know. This is from our Gems of Distinction range. We've just taken this down to a price point that you just wouldn't associate with iolite.
Because it made me speechless. He took it down. He's too happy now. Made him too happy.
Oh, I see. You think that you put him in a good mood by becoming speechless?
Yeah.
Put me in a good mood, Sam. No, I'm joking. I'm so horrible. I'm actually not. All of the crew of my mates, Sam is probably the most helpful member of staff here at JewelleryMaker. Although, I have to say, I was joined by Scott the other evening, who's actually left the company now, but he was making me cups of coffee as well, so you've taught him well, Sam.
Oh, that's good then.
There you go. $7.95 is your clearance price for iolite this evening, only available with that £5 reduction for the next 60 minutes. We're moving on though, and the reason we're moving on is that it's time for yet another Star Buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another Star Buy. On this occasion, we're very fortunate to be launching a premier strand of Labradorite. It's a very popular gemstone on the open jewellery market, but in particular with the bespoke jewellery market sector. It tends to be where most people fall in love with this gemstone. And the reason they fall in love with it is because of the optical property that is held within the gemstone. Now we know that it's quite simple science. It's a sedimentary rock, it's part of the feldspar group, and so the way the gemstone is actually created, the way the rocks layer up, actually forms a layer, a grid-like crystal formation of different elements. And so when the light passes through that gemstone, you get this little bit of colour play inside, because that beam of light is bouncing around inside the gemstone, and it gives you that gorgeous optical effect known as labradorescence. But we didn't always understand that. We didn't always know the science behind that mystical optical phenomenon held within labradorite. In fact, when these were originally discovered, they were originally discovered in the Labrador Peninsula. That's what they're named after, that region. It's found in a very northerly island of Canada. What's it called, sorry? There you go. I know, but I can't hear the pronunciation you're saying, that's one. Newfoundland, that's it, yes. Now that you say it, it does bring it back to me. And when they were originally discovered, there was an old Inuit legend that believed that the Northern Lights were actually imprisoned on rocks within the Canadian coastland, and then a brave warrior freed the Northern Lights from the rock formation itself with a blow from his spear. And yes, and they believed that the Northern Lights were held inside those rocks, and that's what gave these Labradorites their iridescence, because certain parts of the Northern Lights had been trapped inside forever, and that's why some of the rocks still held this little shimmer inside, known as labradorescence. Now, you know, that is an ancient sort of folk tale, but I think that's one of the reasons people are so enamoured by genuine gemstones, because they do hold that sort of enigmatic quality that you wouldn't get with a piece of glass or a precious metal. Something that holds this optical phenomenon is going to capture people's imagination, and that's why people maybe take the plunge and start to invest in bespoke jewellery designs. We know, for example, that this is hugely profitable for a lot of our jewellery makers, and right now we're going to give you an exclusive launch price on this particular strand. Now, they range in size from 7mm to 10mm. Again, you've got this top drill droplet shape, so it's going to lend itself perfectly to, well, a range of designs really. You could create matching earring designs, or you could use them as pendants. You could actually use them and really maximise on your profitability by creating ring designs, so you only need one gemstone. But whatever you create, each piece of jewellery is going to have that rich narrative attached to it, that heritage, that mystical belief. I mean, you can actually share that folklore tale with your customers, can't you? You can help them to understand why gemstones are so prized, particularly if they have an optical effect like this. It's a star buy deal this evening on one of our most favourite gemstones here at JewelleryMaker, and we're about to give you an exclusive launch price. I'm a little bit confused as to how we do this so often, because the quality continues to increase but the price points stay consistent. £10 for 85 carats of Labradorite. You'd make that back on one design. If you got hold of the chains earlier, which were a sellout deal I believe, you could use the blue chains, or you could actually match the chain to the colour of the labradorescence, couldn't you? So you could use one gemstone with some beautiful blue labradorescence. You can see some right there at the front of your screen right now. You could set that onto your blue chain. You could find others that have that slight violet hue. There you go, look, I've just found one. Violet tone, set that onto your purple chain, one gemstone, 16-inch length of chain. You're going to sell that for £20 for one gemstone. So you can understand why this is so popular here at JewelleryMaker. £10 is our exclusive launch price. Can't guarantee that it's going to stay at that price. At 9 AM tomorrow, you might be looking at paying a higher price point. Who knows? If you do want to get involved, this is your best opportunity to add this to your order. 85 carats in total, available right now for $9.95. We're going to continue with our A to Z of gemstones when we return from our break. And of course, we will be bringing you our superstar buy, those gorgeous royal blue pearls. So don't move a muscle. We'll be back in just 2 minutes' time.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir, where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur.
The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our gems of distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidurist to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled. And what Sanjay is doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on JewelleryMaker.
Join guest designer and polymer clay expert Debbie Bulford for our Extruder DVD. Debbie will guide you through a variety of techniques, including how to create geometric patterns, the soutache and lace look, and much more. To get your hands on a copy, simply contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Join guest designer Debbie Bulford as she takes you on the fascinating journey of creating face canes using polymer clay. In each chapter, Debbie will guide you through how to create each part of the face. Then, with the final chapter, advance your skills and learn how to add detail and character to your piece. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Do you make jewellery as a hobby? Would you like to learn key skills to help you successfully market and sell your handmade jewellery? We are working with Angela Edwards, who is an experienced jewellery maker as well as a small business trainer, to bring you the perfect course to help develop basic business skills. The full course includes how to create a business plan to successfully sell your products, how to access current and potential customers, how to identify and profile your target market, how to generate leads to secure current and future sales, how to use online social networking to your advantage, and key knowledge on legal requirements and insurances. For information about dates and to reserve your place, please contact 0800 644 655. JewelleryMaker, bringing out the designer in you.
Welcome back to the late show here on JewelleryMaker. This is the final hour of the show. Could be your final chance to add to that 1 P&P per day here at JewelleryMaker, and maybe you'd like to do it with our superstar buy. It's probably just over half an hour away before we bring you our final piece. This is how good the pearls are. I couldn't resist but create a piece of jewellery from it. We always talk about how easy it is to create very sellable and profitable jewellery from pearls, strand of pearls, so I thought, well, I'll have a go then. As I say, I have had a few pointers on how to create a more professional finish from our expert designers, but you know.
It's very nice.
Yeah, you know. It's only obvious if you know. Every day's a school day, especially here at JewelleryMaker, so we might give the pearl necklace away tomorrow, I was thinking. Depends what kind of mood I'm in. So if you do want to take advantage of the price points we can offer you on cultured pearls, my advice would be to get involved early with this deal. You're not going to be disappointed, and moving forward you can expect to see the price points creeping up on pearls. Not just here at JewelleryMaker, I'm talking about industry-wide increase on pearls. So those are coming up at the end of the show. I have got a money-saving bundle for you in about 15 minutes time, but before that we're going to continue with the A to Z of gemstones. So I think we got up to J or something. We're going to jump a little bit. My producer wanted me to jump up to L, but I stopped him in his tracks. I wanted to do K, as I'm sure regular viewers will be aware. I couldn't let him jump past the Strand of Rhodocrosite, my favourite gemstone on the planet. And if you do receive the, is it still called the Hub, the JM? Little magazine that gets sent out monthly. Is it still called the Hub?
Yeah, JM Hub.
Yes, it is. So it's still called the JM Hub. If you got hold of that a couple of months ago, you would have seen an interview with myself and I talk about why Rhodocrosite is my favourite gemstone. The reason is that because I've worked in the industry for a long time, the reason I give is that I've never seen a bad design that features this gemstone. Now, you've got two different varieties of Rhodocrosite here. You've got the lemon tones and you've got the gorgeous pastel pinks. And this is actually a gemstone from a particular species known as spodumene. Not a particularly attractive chemical name for the gemstone, but Rhodocrosite is absolutely gorgeous. Now, the other evening I was watching the owner of the company, Steve Bennett, present a Minas Gerais Rhodocrosite showcase to the American audience, and I actually learnt something quite interesting. The thing about Rhodocrosite is, what happens is, it all tends to form in one deposit. So when we talk about its rarity, what actually happens is, when you find a deposit of Rhodocrosite, you've got loads of Rhodocrosite. So you cut it all out, you cut, you polish it, you've got Rhodocrosite for a while. You might not find another deposit of Rhodocrosite for 200 years that offers you that kind of yield. So when you're seeing a lot of Rhodocrosite on the market at the moment, it's because we've recently found a deposit. That particular deposit may not last the 200 years it will take for us to find another deposit that offers us that. So that's quite an interesting reason. Sometimes I suppose when we talk about rarity, people are a little bit skeptical because they're thinking, well, how rare can it be? You know, you've got a lot of it on your screens every day. That's because, of course, we're one of the biggest gemstone buyers in the world, and right now we've got a high yield of Rhodocrosite, but who knows how long it will be before we find another deposit. We only have a single figure stock availability on this strand, and we've been forced to lower the price down to $12.95 for Rhodocrosite. Oh, that's a bit low for my liking. But Anne has texted in to say, ooh, Turkish Delight gemstones. Oh, you've made me so hungry, Anne. Anna, sorry. I am absolutely astounded by the price point here. $12.95 for 125 carats of pink Rhodocrosite. This is a gemstone which again was exclusively sold by Tiffany's when it was first discovered This is a gemstone that was bought by JFK for his lovely wife. I mean, you know, when we're talking about prestige attached to a gemstone, you can absolutely understand why people want to own kunzite. Unfortunately, only 2 more people can own this particular strand. Huge carat weights here, and you get both colour variations on one strand. Absolutely gorgeous. Available right now for $12.95, and that covers K in our gemstone alphabet. Okay, so we're going to go for L, and we're going for Larimar. Have a look at this. For me, this is a real collector's gemstone, and I know that people who are knowledgeable about gemstones see it that way. They want to own Larimar because it is very rare. Again, traditionally forms in one part of the world, and a lot of it gets sold in that region, and so it's a very tropical gemstone from my point of view. It is found in the Dominican Republic, and a lot of the gemstone is sold on, say, like cruise liners, particularly in the Caribbean regions of the world. They do focus on Larimar, and I hate to be repetitive, and regular viewers will have heard this story before, but you know, for anybody who is new, just to give you an idea of how popular Larimar is with gemstone buyers, I actually produced the original launch of this gemstone on Gems TV, and this is before Mr. Bennett bought the company, because Steve started the company, sold it and bought it back. And so the old regime managed to get Larimar for the first ever time, probably about 5 or 6 years ago. I was privileged enough to produce the Larimar showcase when we launched it, and it was intended to be 1 hour long. It was promoted as our big hour on a Sunday evening, and the show actually only lasted 40 minutes. Had to start digging out some tanzanite rings from the schedules to try and get to the top of the hour, because the Larimar items were just selling out so quickly. A lot of the times when I speak to collectors, they tell me they spotted Larimar when they were abroad. The price point was a little too high for them, and then when they've got back to the UK, they've seen it, they've never quite taken the plunge. If you want to own this gemstone, not only does it have that kind of prestige, that kind of popularity, but also I always think of it as quite an organic gemstone, and in the nugget form, that is perfect. They range in size from 6x4 to 16x6. No, I don't accept that. My producer just said the should-be price is $9.95. There's no way that 75 carats of Larimar should be $9.95, and there's no way you should be taking it even lower. $6.95. I don't know what to say about that. I really don't. I've sold Larimar jewellery designs for 3-figure sums, and to bring it to you at $6.95 is blowing my mind. This is why we get so excited here on JewelleryMaker, because we can offer you these massive carat weights at ridiculous price points. We've gone global with this particular deal. So people have probably been looking at Larimar the world over, seeing these huge inflated price points, and now we come along here on JewelleryMaker and we give you a clearance price. $6.95 this evening for 75 carats of Larimar. I mean, we haven't even touched on how easy this is going to be to work with. You've got these rich variation of colour tones ranging from sort of sky blues to your sort of mint greens. I'm wondering if once again, oh yes, sky blues and royal blues works for me. So if you are interested in getting hold of our superstar buy, the pearls coming up in about, say, half an hour, not long to go at all, that is a perfect combination. $6.95, that is the perfect way to really maximise on your 1p per day there. Okay, so that's L. Now moving on to M, another real popular gemstone with, well, a lot of, I suppose, jewellery collectors who do understand the inherent value of a gemstone. I love the cut. Look at this cut, Sam. Because here you've got your droplet cuts, but they're drilled on the base rather than the tip. I suppose for jewellery makers there's a massive benefit there in that you've got more density in the base, so you know you're not going to have any little unhappy accidents, shall we say, where sometimes a gemstone can crack around the drill hole. You're not going to have that here because, of course, you've got a little bit more gemstone to play with, if you like. Actually, these would, again, work brilliantly with the Superstar Buy, wouldn't they? Because they'll draw the purple tones out of the pearls themselves. I love that combination.
You make a pearl flower.
Make a little pearl flower with the pearl as the stamen, and then the morganite as the petals. I mean, they're more... because the tapered edge is going to become the feature, they're going to be a little bit more impacting as far as well, aren't they? Because they're not going to be the soft round edge, they're going to have a bit of dynamism to them, aren't they, as well? Now, these range in size from 8 to 10 mil, and we actually have quite a special relationship with this gemstone here at JewelleryMaker. We're able to look at the largest cut morganite in the world as we go about our daily business, if we do stroll past the museum here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. And don't forget, if you want the opportunity to come and visit us at the studios, then you can book into one of our workshops, get a bit of one-on-one tuition from some of our experts within a particular discipline. Or actually, at the moment, I am running a personal competition. I'll host a little experience day, and one lucky winner will get the chance to come down to the studios if you help me get to 2,000 likes on my Facebook site. So if you want to get involved with that, then just go to Ed Presenter, and I'll probably be able to give you a chance to own gorgeous, to see the largest cut morganite in the world. I can't be giving it away. But morganite is a really special gemstone because, again, it's very uncompromising. Either you get gorgeous clarity, which shows the value of the gemstone, or you get a slightly more included gemstone, but the inclusions aren't going to affect the aesthetic beauty of the gemstone because they're almost like, if you think, when I say this, if you actually think about the way silk is folded, that's what the inclusions look like inside, and that gives you a deeper saturation of colour. I mean, I'm just enamoured by the cut, really. It's gorgeous, and it actually means that you've got huge carat weights on each and every gemstone. 60 carats in total, ranging from 8 to 10 mil, and here comes your price point. Whoa. 50p a carat for morganite of this quality. Seriously impressive. This comes from our Gems of Distinction range. I don't think anybody would be in two minds about that because of the quality you've got here, the colour saturation, and of course you're investing in one of the most prestigious and exclusive gemstones on the planet. Originally sold by Tiffany's in 1911, it was first discovered, and it was actually Tiffany's who were responsible for naming the gemstone, despite the fact that it was named after the benefactor who had financed the expedition on which it was discovered. So often the actual trader, the seller of the gemstone, would have a hand in naming a new discovery. For example, they actually came up with the name for tanzanite as well, Tiffany's did. And yeah, they said that because J.P. Morgan had financed both the discovery of kunzite and of morganite, that it should be named after him, and so that's where we take the name from. 60 carats in total, 50p a carat, to add one of the most exclusive and luxurious gemstones on the planet to your collection. We're moving on, and we're moving on to O. We're jumping N, and we're going on to O. Couldn't think of one for N. If you want to get involved with the show in the final half an hour, text in a gemstone that begins with N. Yeah, neon apatite is a bit of a stretch, isn't it? That's a colour classification. Yeah, alright, it's still an N. Upsetting director Bruce here. Have a look at this gorgeous opal now. So we've jumped past N, we've gone on to O. I love this. This is your multicoloured opal, so you've got very slight variations, mostly that traditional icy tone, but you do get those little sort of sunflower yellows, and actually you've got some really vibrant orange tones as well as some cherry reds there. Gorgeous combination of colours. Now, this doesn't necessarily have a great deal of opalescence in terms of the pin fire, but what it does have is that unmistakable quality of opal, because opal tends, oh, I stand corrected, have a look at this, loads of colour play on this gemstone, my apologies. Now, opal traditionally has a very high water content, and so that's why when the light passes through it you do get this gorgeous opalescence. Might be difficult to show you in the studio as ever. Oh, there is loads of pin fire in a couple of these gemstones, to be honest. But it's your opportunity, I suppose, to work with a very well-known gemstone, a gemstone that most gemstone collectors, most people investing in bespoke jewellery designs are going to be aware of. And also, if you're a gemstone collector, this is a great variety to add to your collection, isn't it? In fact, I'm just thinking about it, because you've got that high water content, this is why they're known as jelly opals, and you've got that sort of vitreous feel to them. And I'm just thinking, I mean, the actual opals themselves can contain up to 20% water content. That's how imperative to the formation of opal that water actually is, and so it does give it a completely different feel and look to all other gemstones. And you might even be fortunate enough to find a little bit of pin fire, which I've managed to find on a number of gemstones here. 40 carats in total of your multicoloured opal, and we are going to give you an exclusive price reduction this evening, currently available on our website for $15.95. If you want to add October's birthstone to your collection, start dialing that free phone number right now. We are going to give you an exclusive clearance price this evening. As ever, it will only be available for 60 minutes. $9.95 is the price point. We've just taken 40 carats of multicoloured opal to £10. We're talking about 25p a carat for gorgeous opal. Okay, we're getting a lot of people texting in nephrite. The problem is we haven't got any nephrite. I don't think we've ever had any nephrite. So it has to be an end gemstone that we actually have, because even if we thought of nephrite, we wouldn't have been able to bring it to you. Yeah, I don't think we have got any end ones. Neon apatite probably is the closest thing we've got. Oh well, we'll let you off your homework then. There's no point in setting a homework if you can't get the right answer. Okay, we're going to leave that one there. We're going to move on. Now, are we going to slip in P? Yeah, okay, we're doing P. And which one? And we're going to go for peridot. This month's birthstone. Gorgeous peridot. Do you want me to? Okay. Faceted top drill drops here. I mean, can you imagine creating a really high-end tiara design and maybe using these as the leaves or little rose buds that are yet to bloom, something like that? I just think that they have to be used in quite a high-end design because of the quality you've got here. You can see the quality from the colour saturation, from the clarity, from the way they've been faceted. I mean, they are literally top quality peridots. I see no reason why these couldn't be set into 9 carat gold, but they haven't been. They've been faceted with jewellery making in mind, and so despite the fact that these come from our elite range of gemstones, we are still able to bring you a ridiculous price point like this. $29.95 for 35 carats of peridot. Now, any other day, this would represent the best possible value on the market. But for the next 60 minutes, we are going to give you an exclusive clearance price. Once again, if you want to take advantage of this deal, start dialing the free phone number. Alternatively, click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. Get these home, see them in the flesh, and that way you'll be able to understand why peridot is so sought after. So it should be $29.95. Just take that to $21.95. That is a huge saving for a gemstone that not only are people aware of, but I think it's a gemstone that is easy to fall in love with. It's easy to appreciate because of that vibrancy of colour. You can really understand the intensity of colour you see in peridot because it's the only other gemstone that forms in the mantle of the Earth's crust, just like diamonds. And so when you think about the intensity of the temperatures and the pressures that peridot has actually been through in order to come to fruition, it really is reflected in the colour tone that you actually get, isn't it? Absolutely incredible. This month's birthstone, and it's available right now for $21.95. Again, huge design scope because you're getting those top drill drops. They're faceted, so if you do want to use them as petals or wings, yes, they're going to make a huge impact, but you could just set 2 of these onto a pair of shepherd hooks and you've got a massive impact from 2 gemstones there. That particular clearance price will only be available for 60 minutes, so if you want to get involved, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. We are approaching limited availability on this Gems of Distinction strand of peridot. So that's P dealt with, and we're going to move on now because it is now time to bring you a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for another star buy. Now, whenever we do bundle together items, the idea is that we can give you a wholesale opportunity, so we can give you the chance to replenish your stocks on a larger scale, but also give you better value than we normally would. This epitomises everything we're trying to achieve with a star buy bundle. The reason for that is that we've taken an essential item, one of our most popular findings collections in terms of the antique bronze plated copper, and we haven't doubled it up, we've trebled it up. Kind of impressive, really. So normally you get hold of our findings packs as part of our jewellery kits, which are traditionally launched on the morning show. We've taken that individual item, the findings pack, that contains all of the essential findings, so your crimp bead covers, your toggle clasps, your bolt ring. Is that a bolt ring, yes? Oh no, jump rings, sorry. Jump rings, your spacer beads, your fancy earring findings. 3 different kinds of head pins. You get your ball head pins, you get your little star-shaped head pins. You can see here actually everything you're going to get. There you go. You also get a metre of chain in each findings pack, as well as your shepherd hooks, your ribbon cord endings, basically everything you could possibly need to put together very impressive suites of jewellery. The reason I love the antique bronze, it allows you to create vintage style designs, which are very, very popular. They're very on trend right now. Actually, they're always popular, aren't they? Vintage looks within bespoke jewellery designs. And normally, you'd get 118 pieces. We have trebled the deal here. So you're going to get 3, 5, 6. Is that right? No, 354 pieces. Sorry. Wow, my maths has been off. I can't talk. Fortunately, I'm still brilliantly handsome. So what we're going to do is we're going to give you quite a traditional wholesale deal here. Something that you might see, you know, in your supermarkets. It's a 3 for 2 deal. $15.95. Okay, now I told everybody the other night, if ever I go a little bit quiet, it's because we're having a little negotiation between my producer and I. Now what I was actually saying there is, that's not 3 for 2. If they're $7.95, it should be $15.90. And he was saying, yeah, I'm not allowed to do the irregular price points. Oh really? Well, maybe somebody should have a little word. Maybe somebody should have a little word with the mid-show producer. They did a price point of $12.80 earlier. Just putting it out there. But anyway, producer Liam, he adheres to the rules. He doesn't go around giving you $15.90 price points. Oh no, no, no. He gives you a whole pound back in your pocket, taking it down to $14.95. So actually, I've bullied him a little bit too low now. So it's better than 3 for 2, isn't it? So normally, if you were to buy this, oh, he's not happy now. Happy with any of the mid-shows price points, but you know what? You can be happy with this deal. Better than 3 for the price of 2. Should be $15.90. We've just taken it to $14.95. Don't forget, you get 350 pieces of antique bronze plated copper here. This is one for, I would say, all of the accomplished jewellery makers who have managed to turn their hobby into a small business, because this is a genuine wholesale deal. This is like if you drove up to the jewellery supplier cash and carry, isn't it? Not even 3 for 2. Better than 3 for 2. So 350 pieces of antique bronze copper included. That means you get 3 meters of chain. You get lots of fancy earring findings and crimp beads, crimp bead covers, spacers, jump rings, fancy toggle clasps. Just have a look at the attention to detail on this toggle clasp, this rope effect, which again feeds into those vintage styles which people, people might use within their vintage designs, that rope effect, and that is just a totally ridiculous price point. You'd normally have to pay, say, £24 for this. Right now, you're getting it for $14.95. Lots and lots of people multi-buying this as well. That means you're getting a huge array of findings. I have actually been through that frustration of having, you know, almost completed a design, but not having the essential component I need to actually attach the clasp or finish off the design. And so it is really important to stock up on your findings, and this absolutely gives you that chance. A wholesale deal, not just in terms of the price point, but also in terms of the quantity here. So really impressive amount of findings to bring you, and everything you could possibly need. Amazing. $14.95. It will only be available at that price point for the next 60 minutes, or more likely while stocks last. How many of these did we have? Only double figures of availability. Over half the stock's already been allocated. So if I were you, I'd add that to your order right now to avoid disappointment. Now, coming up in about 10 minutes time, I'm going to give you another exclusive deal. And oh, sorry, I'm just confusing everybody. It's up to you. Which would you like to look at? My design I made out of the pearls, or yeah, my design. Okay, good choice, Director Bruce. There you go. So this is the design I created using the pearls. All I've done is restrand them and added a little bit of a gold chain. So there you go. I like the gold and the blues together though. I'll tell you one lady that would like this pearl necklace. Producer Dion. She said earlier that she'd like a pearl necklace from me, didn't she? Yeah, I'll have to make her one. There you go. If you want to get hold of your culture pearls, don't forget this is a little bit of a swan song to the prices we've been giving you over the last few years here at JewelleryMaker. We are expecting to see increases on the price of pearls. It's coming up as a superstar buy in 10 minutes time. Not long to wait at all. Okay, we're now moving on. So we've done P for peridot. We're now moving on to Q for quartz. Actually, I suppose in most other industries, if they tried to do an A to Z, be hard pushed to do quartz, but of course one of the most common elements on the planet in terms of making up the Earth's crust is quartz, so we're quite fortunate in our industry that Q is dealt with. What I'm really impressed with in terms of this is not just the fact that we're able to bring you gorgeous quartz, jewellery quality quartz, but also the fact that because it's a little bit more readily available, because it's denser, the Labradorite can be a little bit more, I suppose, a bit more courageous in the cut that he tries to achieve. And to create these cuboid prisms, I think you've got to be quite brave. They look phenomenal, don't they? They're going to add a real extra dimension to your jewellery designs because they look so dynamic. I mean, you don't have to set them flat like this. You could actually try and, well, particularly if you're a wire worker, you can set these at angles, can't you? So you do really make the most of those dynamic edges that you get within the cube cuts. They're 8mm in dimensions, giving you over 250 carats of crackled quartz here. And right now the price point is just $8.95. Another add it to your order price point, especially when you consider what you're getting here. An essential gemstone for many jewellery makers, my apologies. And the beauty of the crackled quartz is that yes, you get the clarity that you normally associate with clear quartz, but because of those quench-like inclusions, again, you're adding that little bit more personality, that little bit more texture, which I think will come through in your designs and will actually draw attention to your pieces of jewellery. I mean, how often do we actually see genuine gemstones cut into cubic prisms? Not very often, I can tell you. It's not actually an easy cut to achieve. I wouldn't see it being applied to too many gemstones, actually. I mean, that's why I was so excited by the spinel cubes last night that Janet was working with. Can you imagine those as a combination? The black spinel and the crackled quartz, because the spinel were a little bit more elegant, a little bit more delicate, they were smaller, and these give you a real punch because you'd have a monochrome look then as well, wouldn't you? $8.95, we're moving on though. So, is that right? Sorry, are we moving on here? Yeah. Okay, so we're now moving on to we've motored through the alphabet here, haven't we? And, wow, there's only one gemstone we could offer you as the representative for R, and that's ruby. Ruby, 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 ruby. Boo, nobody went, They're all focused on their jobs. Goodbye, Ruby. Oh, right, it wasn't even that. Boyzone? Goodness me, Sam. Right, 290 carats of ruby, one of the big four here, but a slight variation in the quality that we're offering you, because these are more of the organic nuggets. So you've got a huge variation in the colour tones, a lot of the sort of purple hues here. I would describe these as sort of red wine colour tone. And of course, you've got the organic nature of the cuts themselves. So they're like sort of tumbled shapes. Absolutely gorgeous. $14.95 is the current price for 290 carats of ruby. And they range in size from 3x1 to 10x5. This is, I'm really intrigued by the way people are going to incorporate these into their designs, because now, just because Sam and I are so close and we talk about jewelry design so much, all I can see when I look at these nuggets is a tree of life, a ruby tree of life, Sam.
I've accidentally poisoned your
Yes, you have. You've corrupted my fragile little mind. What else can we do with these rough nuggets then, Sam?
I did a keyring for my sister, because she doesn't really wear bracelets.
Okay, so your sister doesn't really wear traditional jewelry design, so you created a key ring out of ruby nuggets. Wow, that is a seriously impressive key ring. Black and red Kumahimo and then ruby nuggets at the base of the design. That sounds gorgeous. $14.95 is the current price to add 290 carats of ruby to your order. We are about to hand you back the equivalent of your P&P and make genuine ruby as accessible as we possibly can. 290 carats for $11.95. Now maybe you're looking at these and you're caught in two minds, you're not quite sure whether the organic cuts suit your jewellery designs, my advice, use your 30-day money-back guarantee. Get them home, see them in the flesh, and then make an informed decision about whether you want to include ruby in your jewellery designs. We'll leave that one with you because the price reduction is available for 60 minutes, and we're going to move on to S. Only one gemstone. Actually, there's a variety of gemstones we can do for S. You've got sapphires. I suppose you could have crowbarred kunzite in there because it is spodumene. Well, there's a plethora of S's, I suppose, but we're focused on spinel. Due to its popularity last night, we do know a few people missed out on the launch that we did last night, and so we've tried to make it up to you by giving you another strand of black spinel, famously mistaken for black diamonds throughout the eras, and it's because actually you get more luster off a spinel than you do off a black diamond. Incredible, isn't it? Again, you've got these faceted saucers. So I described them as a cross between a rondelle and a bicone. That's just to give you an idea of the shape, because those are more traditional cuts that we're aware of here at JewelleryMaker. Maybe people love a faceted saucer, who knows? I'll tell you what, these are very, very elegant. That's the only word I can use to describe these. For me, they've got evening jewellery designs written all over them. Really reckon?
Yeah.
Oh, can we have a look at that then? Thanks, mate. Sorry, I'm just having a little conversation with Sam, who's suggesting that you can mix the pearls and the spinel together, and I was thinking, oh, would it be a little bit of a colour clash? Well, Janet didn't think so when she created this last night. If you wanted to recreate this look using the royal blue pearls and the black spinel, actually, now that I see that with the yellow gold, because I used yellow gold with the blue pearls as well, you can see how it would work. Love that. Don't forget the blue pearls coming up in about 5 minutes time, not long to wait. And right now we're about to bring you one of the most elegant gemstones on the market, and it's all because of that luster, isn't it? Let's have a look at the price point. $8.95. I'm mesmerised that we can bring you this quality of black spinel, these kind of carat weights, for under £10. 80 carats in total here, and there's no denying that this is top quality spinel, because just have a look at the luster you've got there. That reflective quality, I think, is mostly associated with, you know, evening wear, with elegant piece of jewellery. You get timeless elegance from your black spinel, don't you? I mean, all I can see when I look at these. Oh, how about white pearls with your black spinel? Bit breakfast at Tiffany's. That'd be very, very high end. Bit Audrey Hepburn, that look, isn't it? Whenever I see the luster of a black spinel, that's what I think of. Think of Audrey Hepburn. Can't be bad to think about Audrey Hepburn, can it? I love her. I do. I love you. In a way. Right, $8.95, we're going to move on. T, I guess. Yes. And I think we know. Oh! You know why we've got so few? This was the strand of tanzanite, I think, that was included in one of the most successful late show bundles I've ever brought you. The 5-strander that Scott put together the other night. This was the strand of tanzanite. We've only got single figures of availability remaining in stock. This is some of the highest quality tanzanite we've ever had. It's one of the longest strands of tanzanite we've ever had. And just look at the consistency of colour. Look at that. Look at that sparkle. We know that we're expecting to see increases across the industry. In fact, we've already made a purchase of cut tanzanite from Tanzania. And so we've already experienced the commercial realities of the increase on tanzanite. This wasn't purchased as part of that collection. This has been cut by our Indian buying team, by our Labradorites over in India, and so we can still offer you the same value as we always have, but only for a handful of people. In fact, we've only got 3 remaining in stock. This is a 38 centimetre strand of faceted tanzanite. Such a huge consistency of colour here. You've still got the pleochroism, so from one angle you see the blues, from the other you see the violets, from the other you see the pinks. but you've got that in each and every gemstone. Price point this evening of less than £1 a carat, $34.95. It does seem to me like this is going to be the final opportunity to add this strand to your order. I mean, it's just such high quality, isn't it? I mean, if I saw this, in fact, you would be hard pushed to find better quality tanzanite at that price. I don't think there's too many suppliers in the world that could give you this quality of tanzanite for $34.95. Unbelievable. If you saw this on our sister channel Gems TV, what kind of price point would you expect to pay? The finish is not too dissimilar from what I'd expect to see from a master jeweller. It is just exquisite. Absolutely out of this world. $34.95 is the price point this evening, and just one more thing. If you just got hold of that, imagine genuine royal blue cultured pearls with tanzanite as your spacers. There you go. We are going to have to leave that one with you, I'm afraid, because it looks to me like it's going to be a sellout. I'm sure everyone at home's fallen in love with that. Are we going to have to end at tea, do you think? Oh, and it works perfectly because Unikite. Okay. It's time, right now, to launch a premier strand of cultured pearls as our superstar buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for our superstar buy, our final shop opportunity of the evening. And tonight, probably one of the most popular minerals available here at Jewellery Maker, because so many bespoke jewellers rely on pearls to create profitable jewellery. We know that it fits into a variety of different genres, whether it be your bridal commissions, your classic timeless designs, or your contemporary funky look. So it really spans the whole genre of jewellery making. And I always say this, but it is pretty true. It doesn't matter whether you're 8 years old or whether you're 88 years old, pearls always seem to fit the bill, whether it's for your everyday stud earrings or whether it's for that showcase necklace to go with your mother of the bride outfit. Pearls are where it's at. Now, you know, just in case you are new to us or you've missed this, we are expecting to see an increase on the price of pearls industry-wide because of new sanctions being placed on the farmers that actually cultivate the pearls. Around about 90 to 95% of all pearls now are cultured pearls rather than, you know, naturally occurring. There are still communities that do die for oysters to get hold of pearls, but just, you know, they don't, again, it's all about yield, isn't it, within the industry. They can't probably get hold of enough natural form pearls to actually, you know, sustain the industry. And so a lot of pearls are cultured, but as a result, it can actually take, as I say, a year or so for every 1.5 millimeter of growth you have in cultured pearls. So to get hold of 11 or 12 millimeter pearls, that could have taken, you know, 6, 7, maybe even 8 years to actually create this strand. And of course, in order to do this, in order to make it commercially viable, we have to get a large enough stock level. And so we're talking about a huge undertaking to create this stock level. But when you see the designs, you can understand why they're so popular. I mean, you know, this has been created by me. The finish isn't perfect, and, you know, I'm sure you'll have much more inventive ideas about how you're going to work with pearls, probably more profitable ideas as well, because what I've done is basically re-stranded the pearls themselves and added a little bit of gold chain. It's still, I would say, wearable. You might not probably want to sell it because the finish isn't perfect, but, you know, I had about 20 minutes before we went live, so you'll have a lot longer to work with your pearls. And I mean, the look of the pearls themselves, I mean, just against the white leatherette bust is amazing, isn't it? That could attract attention to your designs. But we've had a look at a variety of different gemstones that would really complement this strand this evening. Luxury pearls because of the size you've got here, and then nearly perfect rounds. I mean, you do get the little rings on them, and there are very slight irregularities. I think that's going to feed into your designs. It's going to provide you with texture, but also credibility. It's going to show your customers that you have managed to source genuine cultured pearls. If you've got the faux pearls, the plastic pearls, you know, no one's going to be fooled by them, because the price point you'll be expecting to achieve just won't be representative of the quality of the pearl. So people are going to realise those are faux pearls straight away. These offer you much greater compromise because they're genuine cultured pearls. Yes, they're not perfect rounds, but if you wanted perfect pearls, I mean, honestly, I've actually been doing some research. You can pay 4-figure sums for Tahitian pearls in perfect rounds. I'm talking about 1 Tahitian pearl as a pendant, and it could be as high as, you know, £1,000 for those designs. Now, again, I'm not comparing the finish on the pearls. It's totally different. I don't know, you know, the undertaking to create that particular pendant, but still, it's a very, very high price point, isn't it? 4-figure sums to get hold of pearl jewellery. You can offer your customers much more affordable price points, and actually, sometimes these bolder colour tones, these primary colours in terms of the blues, for example, can actually offer you greater scope as a designer, can't they? Now, as I say, I've set it with just some gold chain, but we've looked at different combinations of gemstones that will work with this. In fact, I don't think we've seen too many that wouldn't work with it this evening. And of course, once again, pearls, so popular both on the open market and with jewellery collectors. When they see genuine cultured pearls, they'll know that you're the real deal, that you're able to source genuine gemstones, and therefore they'll be a little more comfortable in purchasing jewellery designs from you. You only need to make one sell, and from my experience of speaking to other jewellery makers, it starts to snowball. Word starts to spread. Traditionally, it tends to be a bridal commission, and pearls, absolutely perfect for your bridal commissions. Strong associations with the ideals connected to weddings. So, you know, sophistication, elegance, true love, and the folklore and legend suggests that pearls actually can prevent the bride from crying on her big day. My sister was wearing pearls and she was bawling her eyes out, so I'm not sure it works. But anyway, it might work for you, who knows? Now, if you do want to get involved, I have to say, how many did we have in stock? Over half the stock's already been allocated. That's all we need to know. Start dialing that free phone number. Alternatively, I've got about 25 people who have placed this in your basket. You've got to be checking out right now, because here comes your superstar buy, launch price this evening. It's one thing to render Sam speechless, but it takes something special to stop me from talking. £10 for luxury sized pearls here. Gorgeous royal blue tone, which is going to suit so many designs. Do you know what? Now as well, I'm thinking, you know the perfect rounds of apatite that we brought you right at the start of the gemstone A to Z? I'm just thinking, you know, interspersing those with the royal blue pearls. I think that'd work. That'd look gorgeous, wouldn't it? The two variations of the blue tones. I like that. I mean, I've gone for a really traditional look. I've set the blues into yellow gold because, you know, that sort of classic combination, I suppose almost Egyptian style look. I love this. I have given it one little variation. Do you want to see it? I've put the clasp onto one side, so it's not symmetrical, it's a little asymmetrical. There you go. Cover up my finish. I know how to do it now. Liz Welsh taught me. After I showed my design off to the workshop, Liz was like, you should have done this, this and this. So now I know. It won't be so scruffy next time. You can let me off, I'm just learning, I'm a beginner. I'm sure there's a lot of jewellery makers who are in the same boat, who have just started this as a hobby because of the channel. If that's your experience, then I'm going on the journey with you. So I'm learning, I'm trying to create more and more jewellery designs. And so, yes, I'm sure that you will be able to create a better finish and probably a more inventive design. But it does show you how easy it is to turn a simple strand of pearls at under £10 into a piece of wearable jewellery. It is going to be quite gem heavy though, so I probably wouldn't risk wearing my design because you're going to lose all your pearls, aren't you? Sam's rolling her eyes at me as if to say, it's horrendous. Maybe I'm just being hard on myself. Okay, well, I am going to have to bring that to a close, I'm afraid. It looks to me like this particular strand of pearls could be a sellout deal if everybody who places it in their basket was to check out right now. You still have an opportunity though to speak to a member of our help team if you want to take advantage of this. Just enough time for me to thank all of the guys for helping to put together the show, and of course you for joining us. We'll be back tomorrow at 5 PM, but tune in from 9 AM for the chance to own diamonds. Thank you and good night.
Continue to watch the show live by switching over to channel 64. Our brand new 24-hour channel is available to the majority of homes in the UK, so grab your remote now to make sure you don't miss a thing.
Join guest designer Sarah Elvin for the Introduction to Beadlooming DVD. Sarah will guide you through many techniques including adding beads, pattern creations, beading with chips, adding beads to warp thread, as well as how to set up your bead loom. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker. Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting. But being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order for just 50p and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from the Genuine Gemstone Company.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Designer Inspiration. How's everyone's day going today? My name is Rebecca Redican and I am, as always, in a bit of a cracking mood because I have got a whammy of a show for you. I genuinely have never seen so many cabs in one show, and I mean amount and variety. I have got so times that by 10, many. I really have. I've got such a huge amount, including some black star dioxide cabs. I'm blown away. I have also got joining me today, I'm so excited to be with this lady, as always. She's going to be doing something a little bit different for us today. It is the wonderful, the epic, spellbinding Laura Binding.
Morning, afternoon even.
Laura,
you kind of put, I felt nervous.
Oh my goodness, how are you, love?
Yeah, I'm good.
You are going to be doing Viking knit today.
Yes.
And you've done bits of a twist on it. You're going to be going into quite a bit of detail as well, aren't you, today?
Yeah, we've got two projects. So we're going to do one where we really focus in on the knit itself, going to concentrate on getting it started. We're going to do a touch of double knit,
Yeah.
and adding in and all the little basic things.